First up, I'd like for all the people who have just joined to go ahead and check out the proposal document in the Journal Club. That is going to be the document that I am referring to during this presentation. And then just to kind of highlight what I'll be doing, I'm just going to go ahead and explain what the document is, what's in it, do a general overview, um, just kind of touch on the primary core concepts. And then at the end, I'll do a Q&A for anybody who has any kind of questions. If anything was unclear, please feel free to just ask. Are there any questions right now at the start? Alrighty then, we'll go ahead and get started. So, for those of you who are unaware, an arcology is the holistic approach towards human habitation and eco-regeneration, originally presented by the futurist Paolo Soleri back in 1969. He realized pretty early on in his career work that current human city construction was unsustainable. So he came up with the idea of essentially eliminating the car entirely from the city concept and putting humans as the primary driver for city design rather than vehicles. He also realized that without ecological consideration, that we would eventually end up consuming most of the existing natural environment. So he ended up doing a series of 20 concept designs back in '69 in the book that he called Arcology, the City in the Image of Man. This book was not a technical detailing of what an arcology would look like, but rather the um, broadest concept overview of what they could be. So what I have done here in my own research is that I have taken the original Solaris concept and I have modernized it a bit because we have access to a lot more technology now. We have access to a lot more knowledge now compared to what we did in 1969. So the arcology that I'm presenting here is much smaller in scale. The ones that Solarai generally proposed on average had about 20 to 40,000 people or millions of people. There seemed to be very little middle ground. Um, as for me, I'm taking a general approach of having a starting arcology of about 5,000 people, and then a larger core arcology of about 45,000 people. This gives enough people on the lower end to allow you to have. Um, is somebody sharing video? Ah, gives you enough people on the lower end that you can successfully form communities. And on the higher end, it gives you enough of a population that you can start to work on larger scale macro projects. So, for all of you who have just joined, I would like you to go ahead and just refer to the Arcology proposal document. I'm just going over the basic introduction right now. Okay, so the new type arcology that I've kind of been working on here is based entirely upon already existing construction techniques. I have looked at some of the larger scale structures that we've currently got on the planet, and I kind of settled actually for airports. The reason being that airports, by design, typically see tens of thousands, if not millions, of people going through their gates every single year, especially international airports, and they also tend to be very large structures that are stable, earthquake resistant, hurricane resistant. They're designed to be able to handle lots and lots of different kinds of things. So using that as my basis, I figured you could take those structures and you could tweak them and turn them into housing complexes, but push that even further and actually turn them into full-blown arcologies. So the way I wanted to approach the construction of these very, very large structures, which typically take billions of dollars and many thousands of man hours, is to bring in some of the technology that's been recently developed by NASA. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the NASA 3D printed housing challenge, but last year they had just wrapped up that 3D printing housing challenge in which there was three teams who competed to 3D print the first house on Mars. Obviously, they didn't actually do it on Mars, but they prototyped out a couple of different designs. And one of the design teams, AI Space Factory, came up with a really interesting approach of utilizing a PLA basalt composite material that ended up being three times stronger than concrete. as well as being environmentally friendly to produce. And it also was something that what could be recycled in its life process. So even if let's say you have a structure that you no longer need or it needs to be demolished, you can take all the raw materials from the basalt PLA composite and you can reutilize that in another structure. And those are the types of techniques that this proposal for this arcology will utilize. And also for the people who are joining, please go ahead and just refer to the arcology document. That's currently what I'm going over. I'm just going to go over the introduction section and then start to explain in more detail the actual arcologies. Um, I'm not sure if anybody here is familiar with Arcosanti. Arcosanti is I guess you could say, the brainchild of Paolo Solare. It was his first attempt to build an arcology, and it's probably the only thing that's really structurally survived his death has been Arcosanti. Um, the place has become more of a thought experiment village than an actual arcology, but it has had some really interesting developments. They've worked really hard to expand their academic area, and that that work has actually kind of inspired me to take the education concept and really kind of elevate it in its position within the arcology, because like these are supposed to be effectively villages or small cities or small city neighborhoods, and education for its citizens really should stand paramount. So each of the arcology designs, I should say, has in it the concept of what I'm calling the all school. And the all school really is just an all encompassing education center. For Americans, we would call it preschool through college. I'm pretty sure for Europeans, it would be a different terminology that I'm not familiar with. But the general idea is to have education available through all ages in the arcology, and to have it directly incorporated into the structural design of the arcology. So before I move on to the next section, are there any questions here? Any confusions? Am I talking too fast? Am I okay?
I think it's fine. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, I like the concept of a tower. The tower, like the core tower in the Kuwait airport model is actually I thought also it was gonna be some luxury shop or something, but no, it's actually like university. That's dope. I like it.
Yeah, I wanted to move away from the concept of luxury housing and to have move away from like finance being the apex, and instead to have education be the apex. That's what it should be in our societies.
Mm-hmm.
So
It should have been all along. Yeah.
right, right. And another concept, another part of the concept here too is that really the arcology is by itself a highly disruptive technology, and that's part of the next part I'm going to get to right now.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's look at some of the hard numbers here, right? Okay, on the west coast of the United States, you've got about, we'll say, 68-ish, maybe 70 million people. With just the 5,000 person arcologies, if you just built those arcologies by themselves, it would take you 1,333 arcologies. No, wrong one number. With the 45,000 person arcologies, my apologies, you would only need to have 1,333 of them to house all of those people. And you would only take up the same area as LA. So like these structures are just massively more efficient in terms of space use, in terms of resource use, in terms of energy use. They're just so much better. And they let you really kind of build these highly complex, connected, but at the same time independent community centers. Ugh, sorry. So if we look at a facility like, say, Beijing Daxing International Airport. I'm not sure if anybody is familiar with that. I'm going to go ahead and slap a picture in the journal club here. Just a second. There. So if we look at Beijing Daxing International Airport, we can see this structure is really, really large. It's multi-story. I think it's like 5 or 6 stories tall, and it's 3.4 kilometers across. So this is a huge structure, right? And it's designed to how is designed to see. I think it's about 30, 40 million people through its gates every single year. It's one of the largest international airports in the entire world. If we were to take all of that space that's currently being utilized for airplanes and for businesses and for finance, and to turn that into habitation for people, like really good scale habitation for people, you would be able to fit about, I believe the math was originally 80,000 people with the current layout of Daxine International, and at a level of comfort and general luxury that is not seen by a huge portion of the population on Earth. So one of the concepts here is localized production, and this ties into the actual assembly process for the arcology. Because if we go back to what AI Space Factory was doing with their basalt PLA composite material, they 3D printed their entire structure. Now, for the arcology, the same thing is what I want to pursue. I want to be able to have this be a structure that can be 3D printed for the superstructure. The internal elements could be done by human hands if necessary, or it could all be prefabricated and then pre-assembled and then reassembled inside the structure. But generally, I would like to see it 3D printed. And part of the reason for that is that you know the 3D printing technology itself allows for a large amount of independence for people. Because if you are able to produce organic plastics or organic materials that can be utilized as feedstock for 3D printers, then you will be able to produce a huge amount of daily goods and daily needs directly in house without having to have it shipped from across the ocean or have it built, hundreds of miles away. You would have it there. And all you would need is just the digital design of the object to be able to produce it, which then breaks the current monopolistic cycle of supply and demand through the current economics of the world. And this ties into solar punk. For those of you who are unaware of what solar punk is, solar punk is essentially a way of taking advanced technologies like vertical farming, 3D printing, uh, artificial intelligence, and using that to kind of achieve a sort of anarcho-communism. It's more environmentally focused than most other similar types of movements, and I'm, I'm probably more in that camp than any of the other camps currently. But the solar punks have a very similar kind of approach in that they want to do bioregional specific construction of villages, facilities, homes, that sort of thing. But my focus is on a structure, a concept plan that can be utilized anywhere on the planet and can achieve the same kind of general concept goals. And like, I really want to see this become a self-contained community, self-sufficient community. Pardon me. Uh, Self-sufficient, self-contained community that's human-focused.
Yeah. Uh, so
Sorry.
I like also the concept of like those linear arcologies where it's basically what I could imagine is like are the ducts that connect like major cities, but that are more like people with lots of animals like farmers and stuff.
Yeah, the linear city, let me just click to get down there, was originally developed by Arturo Soria,
Yeah.
and then adapted by Solarai in his own work. He talks a great deal about the linear city concept in his book, the Arcology, the City of the Image of Man. Um, I think that the linear city would actually act as a really great kind of like not necessarily barrier for an arco complex.
No, no, viaducts, but yeah,
It
with like
definitely
maybe
works.
magnetic, train rails on top, so you have like, yeah, still electric powered, trains that goes back and forth, I guess.
I was thinking more along the lines of hyperloops because they're just so much faster. And because the way that the arcologies ideally will be set up is that each of them will have kind of like a linear direction where they can intersect from their arms to each other. So that way you can have like, let's say you've got an arco complex of like 50 arcologies together in LA, and you've got another arco complex of 150 of them in uh, West
Uh,
Virginia. Why not?
what? How do you define Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, if we're looking at the idea of the Hyperloop presented by Elon Musk, is essentially a vacuum train that's just um, connecting two different points anywhere on the planet. For the purposes of what I'm looking at for utilizing Hyperloop is really just to connect different Arco complexes. To define the Arco complex, an Arco complex is really just a number of arcologies brought together to form a single meta concept. So let's say you've got if we're looking at the X-type arcology, and I'll go ahead and put a picture of that here in the journal club as well. If you look at the X-type, also called the Atlantis type by some of my friends, um, if we've got like 30 or 40 of these together in a very small area of space, Um, this forms essentially a large metacity, right? It then stops being each arcology as an independent component and rather more each arcology as like an organ of the larger organism. And you want to connect this arco complex with another arco complex that's far away. The most efficient way that I am currently aware of, based on my research, would be the Hyperloop. I know that they're really expensive and they're really kind of just being prototyped right now, but they're still the best, most efficient way to transport people and goods and services currently.
I mean, the problem is Hyperloop is basically a scam. It's absolutely impossible to construct and impractical even if it was possible to construct. So why not just use like a maglev train or something real?
Yeah, maglev. I think the maglev would be most feasible, at least.
Sure, if that's what people who have expertise in this think, then I'm absolutely going to defer to that because I don't have any kind of expertise or knowledge about these systems. I'm just kind of going based on what research I can find and just going, oh, okay, will this work? Will this tie in? Will this tie in? Will this tie in? So if like if the consensus is that Hyperloop is a scam, Hyperloop won't work, and that maglev is the better way to go, then absolutely, yes, let's pursue maglev instead. I'm just kind of going with whatever my own personal research has concluded. And I am definitely not an expert in any of this. I don't have any
No, but
kind of
that's why.
education into any of this. So I just want to kind
Look,
of put that out there too.
it's all good. It's all good. And what I'm trying to go at is that more that let's say that we decide to make a hyperloop on top of the maglev. We decide to make a hyperloop, and this the whole construct, about equilibrium. It takes energy, a lot of energy, to keep something vacuum sealed, and if it's at the scale of like tubes that relays over longer distance, to keep those vacuum sealed is gonna be very hard. But I mean, I'm all for it if it's something that we believe we can afford having the energy. Let's say we have unlimited amount of energy, we could theoretically make pumps everywhere and have like a hyperloop. But yeah, I'd
I
say
mean,
we
it's not
focus
really a
on the
question
maglev
of
first.
it's not really a question of energy. It's a question of absurd impracticality of it. Like
I
a
know,
maglev
but
train is like it's aerodynamically challenging, but it's about as fast at like 1,000 times less complexity.
I mean, we already do a lot of things that are absurd. So I'm like,
Mm.
okay, a million pumps, sure, whatever, man.
Actually, RW did bring up a really good point because that's something else that this version of the arcology focuses on too, is reducing complexity. Even though it uses a lot of advanced technology to build it, the idea is to be able to build it anywhere and for any group of people to be able to construct this or at least begin construction of something like this. And like 3D printing is probably the most advanced component of this facility in comparison to everything else, just because of the level of automation and other technology required to actually build it. But definitely reducing complexity, because like the more complexity we add to this or any other kind of project, the more points of failure we have. And like you make a really good point that the Hyperloop really is kind of improving technology. It doesn't We don't really know if it'll be as efficient or as effective. Um, so like that's why I didn't include it directly in this document, because it's not something we have access to right now. And that's all of the technology I focused on utilizing for this technology we have access to right this minute. We could quite literally, if we had the funds and if we had the will, build one of these right now using existing technologies without requiring anything else to be developed. This is an entirely achievable project right this second. Yeah, Grant Freud, I think that like if 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 a discussion about the Hyperloop was to be seriously conducted, we'd probably have to wait to see if there was actually a viable Hyperloop constructed and if it was, successful and didn't have any kind of problems. I think that would be what we would have to wait for. I only actually incorporated discussion about the Hyperloop in this conversation right now because somebody asked about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought it up. If we're going to go ahead and look at some of the other arcology types,
Yeah, sure.
okay, so we're going to look at one of the smaller arcologies. The one that I posted up above in the journal club, the Atlantis-ish looking thing. That one has about 45,000 people as its maximum capacity. The way that this is achieved is utilizing a terrace system on the sides. I tried really hard to make an image that slightly conveyed what I wanted, but I have no skills in this regard. So please forgive the sloppiness. It's really just kind of taking pre-existing technologies, pre-existing designs, and bringing all of this together. So terrace designs have been used for thousands of years. We know this works. We know how it works. And then if we look at something like the Symphony of the Seas, which is one of the largest cruise ships in the world, we can take some of those concepts from that ship and apply them directly to our arcologies with the specific purpose in mind to bring these types of amenities to populations that live in the arcologies. Because I want to be able to break this notion of luxury can only exist for people who can afford it, and instead give the populations of the arcology a baseline experience that many of us would consider to be quite comfortable, and for many billions of people would consider to be opulent. Because like if we can build these in vast numbers, and if we can address the what I think it's 1.2 billion people or 2 billion people who no longer have adequate access to food, housing, or fresh water, like imagine how transformative this would be for people's lives. Like, and then this is just the baseline. You can improve upon this. Like, all of this is meant to be the lowest possible technology point that you need to build the structure, the absolute bare minimum to make it something you can live in. So you can dramatically improve upon these structures, depending upon your access to materials, money, and technology. And with both types of arcologies that I've got currently, the X and the core types. Both of them achieve the same kind of result with, amenities, access to internal services. Like they're designed in a way that you can live your entire life in this structure and never really need to leave. And that's a really important concept here because, like, we know based on all of the data available from climate scientists that the absolute maximum we can utilize of the Earth is about 15 to 20% of the surface. Anything more than that, and the planet simply won't be able to regenerate itself, even with dramatic intervention on our part. And this actually ties into another core component of the arcology. The arcology is, by the design currently presented, meant to act as an eco-regenerative structure. So let's say that we're taking an existing city and we're demolishing that, just for the sake of argument, and we're replacing these with arcologies. All of this land that we've currently occupied with our concrete and sewage systems and all of this other crap that we've got under the ground, this usually results in really toxic ground that can't typically be utilized for agriculture. but utilizing a combination of permaculture, regenerative agriculture, and just biosphere renewal projects. Each of these arcologies can act as a regenerative node in a web of arcologies that can actually bring life back to these areas. They can actually act as a healing element for the planet. And as a benefit of this, as a side benefit of this, the arcologies get greater and greater access to more diverse foods for their bioregions. Let's say that just gonna keep using LA. People know about LA. It's a pretty common place. Let's just say we just demolish all of LA and we slap arcologies all across that area. We slap arcologies across all of the current existing square kilometers of LA County. I think that's something like 300 or something square kilometers. And all of that area is then turned over towards the bioregenerative process. Um, there are plenty of examples of individuals or small families who have successfully regenerated entire forests over a period of about 20 to 30 years. And that was just, individuals or small families. If you have entire communities and webs of communities who utilize this same objective, who use the same techniques, who work to regenerate our, local ecologies and their bioregions, I'm pretty sure that we can achieve the same results in a larger scale. And the arcology acting as a node for this then ties into the cultures of the arcologies themselves because they then become a component of its existence. People are aware of like where their food comes from, they're aware of where they are, they're aware of their environment and surroundings, and they're aware of how everything interconnects with one another. Like the arcology, as I'm presenting them here, acts as a cultural and social and technological kind of motivating force for residents who live in these arcologies. Because if your food is being produced there, if your environment around you is something that you're invested in and constantly involved with, if you're always present with these systems, then it changes the way you think about things. Can people hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on a second. Testing, testing.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, if I heard.
Oh, cool. Okay. Sorry, my Discord got all weird. Okay, so the probably most practical arcology to start with would be the smaller one, which is what I'm calling the X type, which is this second one that I posted. This one has a population capacity of about 5,000 people. It's really just kind of copy and pasting on top of Mumbai International Airport, just because that design I think is really effective for what I'm attempting to achieve. If you look at that arcology type, you'll see a number of structures in the northern section of it. All of the arcologies are designed with the idea of expandability. So let's say that you've got an arcology that needs additional microfactories or additional research facilities or additional whatever it is that you need. You can externally construct these facilities around the arcology in their own self-contained domains so that the population centers themselves are not directly impacted by the production of whatever it is that you're making. Because there's a lot of industries where you simply can't escape, pollution or toxic byproducts or whatever it might be. The larger arcology, the core type, I've incorporated this into the external auxiliary modules. This kind of follows through with some of the NASA concepts that I've seen for habitation on Mars, where they utilize external modules for all of their more toxic kinds of research or their more hazardous kinds of research. And the ecologies are following a very similar kind of format. The X type would probably be something that would cost about 60, 70 million ish, give or take, for the base structure. This does not include any of like the core components of like the electronics required to ensure internet access or monitoring or any of the other complex systems. This is just the base structure. So the arcologies are meant to be something that you can build gradually within and gradually upon. so that they can be upgraded over time as people's needs increase, or as access to funds or technology increase, or access to raw materials increase. But the absolute basic structure is something that I would like to be able to see built really anywhere on the planet by any group of people on the planet. Like if you're in some place with extreme poverty, like let's say that you're looking at like the slums in Delhi, and you've got a group of people there who want to get out of these slums or want to find a solution to these slums. Like this, if they had access to like a 3D printer from like an international aid organization or from another group of people, like if you had access to one of these 3D printers, you could begin construction of one of these using what you had available around you. Like that's a really, really important part of this, is that like I don't want this to be something that's so exclusive or so high tech or so limited that you can only have it built by really wealthy groups or really wealthy nations. This has to be something that can be built anywhere and successful anywhere. Like you can build this X type arcology or the core type arcology can be built anywhere on the planet. They utilize a combination of hydro, um, wind, solar, um, and I think and algae power to power their internal systems. Obviously, this is all regional specific. You'll have much better success with solar down in like desert regions than you would hydro, and vice versa if you're on the coast in the north. So it's going to depend upon which regions that these are placed in, for which energy sources act as their primary taps. Regions that have access to geothermal would have better consistent power draw. Regions that have access to tidal power will have much greater potential power draw. There's lots of different kinds of layers with the arcologies for how they take advantage of different energy sources and for how they power their internal systems. Another thing to keep in mind, though, is that these arcologies are not meant by any stretch of the imagination to maintain a luxury lifestyle as most of the developed world is aware of it. Like we if we're taking a very serious look at the planet, at our future, and at what choices we now have, but very few choices we now have to try and mitigate all of the worst case scenarios we're currently looking at. I mean, one of the biggest ones is that we have to reduce our consumption rates. We have to. And this facility, these structures, they facilitate that. They are by design meant to be minimalistic in their consumption. They're by design meant to be minimalistic in what they produce as well. They primarily focus on subsistence. So food production is core, energy production is secondary, and then everything else will come as a tertiary. So like this is meant to ensure the survival and sustenance of a population. Everything regarding like our luxury lifestyles, the things that we're very used to seeing. Like if we can find more sustainable ways to construct it, great. If we can't, we'll probably have to put that on the backside. Like we're at that point now. Like all of the science that I've seen, it's very clear that that's where we are. And so like the arcologies do not take into account the idea of the luxury lifestyle. They take into account minimalism, and they really thrive best in minimalism, because like the more you incorporate luxury systems, the more and more expensive it gets, and the less likely it is for someone to actually go out and build one of these, because then it just turns into like a fancy gated rich people city, like kind of defeats the point. Okay,
Uh, quick question.
sure.
You said algae power. What does?
Yes,
How do you generate electricity with algae?
1 second, I was about to get to that actually.
Ah,
Sorry, needed a water break. Okay, so if we're looking at power generation, and we're looking specifically at like algae. One of the things that I think is really kind of amazing about algae is just how many different uses it has. We've got algae you can eat that provides omega-3s. You've got algae you can utilize to like spin out clothing, apparently. You've got algae you can utilize to generate oxygen. And that's actually one of the ways that I was looking at to potentially generate power is utilizing red algae and cyanobacteria. You can also use algae, actually, which is I think amazing, to make solar panel cells. They're only 5% energy efficient, but like it's a proof of concept more than anything. And you can use these types of organic systems to actually make really cool regenerative structures. And like one of the ways that I was thinking about utilizing the algae is that you could have sheets of the algae on the exterior of the arcology, and you could have the algae act as a natural heat sink, as a natural CO2 sink, an oxygen producer, and a food source. And they're really, really, really easy to grow, and they grow super, super fast. You can also utilize algae to produce oil lipids, so that you can refine that into I think it's diesel or gasoline. I think it's diesel. But effectively, it's carbon neutral because all of the energy generated by the lipids comes from the CO2 it's already drawn from the atmosphere. So you're basically recycling all the CO2. Everything it draws in that you then burn is just one single cycle. So you could utilize this algae to do all kinds of stuff. I think it actually would be a really great kind of basic food source that you could grow really really fast, really really cheaply with very little actual maintenance, and you can turn it into all kinds of things. Like I've seen algae chips, I've seen algae dips, like all kinds of stuff. Like spirulina has all. I think there's actually been a couple of conversations here, and on the Thought Emporium about spirulina and how effective it is and how great it is. But it's really one of those types of superfoods that I think is just kind of undeveloped. And then some other power sources that we've got that we could really kind of tap into, like if we place all of the arcologies on the coast to tap into tidal power, we could hit a huge number of our energy goals for even like modern civilization, like current consumption rates of energy. Like if we just were to take advantage of tidal power and efficient tidal power design in different locations along the coast, like we could draw a huge amount of power, and like if we tapped into like that and geothermal, we'd hit all of our energy needs currently. And then imagine if you could do that with the reduction in consumption that the arcologies represent. Like you'd be able to hit all of your objectives globally pretty fast, and that would be 100% renewable. The problems with tidal power currently is that like you could only put them in very specific areas to get the best kinds of draw, and that the noise that they generate tends to drive away animals. And since there's so much damage to our oceans, I prefer to avoid that if possible. But there is some interesting research being done on like a passive tidal power, where it's not like an actual large rotating blade, but rather like it's like a loop thing, and then the water flows past the loop, and it draws only small amounts of power, but it's continuous power. So there's different kinds of approaches that are being done to try and find better ways to draw energy from these areas. Same thing with geothermal. Right now, geothermal is kind of limited to areas where there's lots of volcanic activity, but there's work being done to find ways to kind of get better taps set up. There's even one that's being developed to do ocean geothermal because the crust is so much thinner there. I kind of want to avoid using too much solar power in its current iteration, just because it's proving very difficult for us to recycle solar panel cells as we currently have them. But I also recognize that we need to utilize as much of this as possible, and we already have these solar panels all over the place. But there is work being done on biophotovoltaics, which I think has a lot of potential. And the algae cells are one of those approaches. Another one that I've seen is using, I think I have it in my document. One second. Nope, I don't. Okay. But I have seen another approach for biophotovoltaics that has a lot of potential. I will try to find that link after this discussion is done. Uh, let's see. Oh, wind power. Wind power is another one too. See, Grant Freud, the thing with that though, the thing with that is that I agree that small modular nuclear reactors are are a possibility. The problem is the technological upkeep and the cost. Because again, we got to be able to build this anywhere, right? Like the basic arcology has to be low tech enough for any group of people to build. If you had if you were building these all over the place in Europe and America, absolutely, why not? Go for it. Build SMR as far as the eye can see. That's like 500 megawatts each. Great, you're done. You don't have to worry about any additional energy sources. But if you want to kind of push the technology to its lowest potential point possible to reduce complexity, you really can't include them. I mean, no, let me rephrase. You can include them. You just have to be aware of the technological upkeep cost because it's not just like the knowledge to keep it up to date and the knowledge to keep that stuff running. It's also the raw materials to replace parts, like where you got to get the plutonium, where you got to get the uranium, where you get the platinum, the gold. Where's all this coming from? Like that's another component of the cost too. And like the other systems that we use are simply so much more resource efficient. Like you don't require cobalt, you don't require all this additional rare earth material to build a wind farm. You don't require all that to build a tidal power station. Like those are the types of things that push me away from things like nuclear and things from like really advanced technologies, just because like yes they're great and yes they're viable and yes we should absolutely use them for larger um, more advanced technologies, technologically capable organizations and countries and cities. But if we're looking at the absolute bare minimum, I just don't think that we can include them with the core concept. Maybe maybe if they get refined further and they require less inputs, maybe. But like right now, I'm kind of really kind of gearing myself towards like wind, geo, tidal, and solar. Um, but like it's definitely a viable technology. I think that it would be something that could easily be incorporated into nations like um, any of the European nations, China, America, any places that have already existing access to nuclear facilities. I think you could kind of tweak those resources to address like SMRs. But like if you're looking at a place like Africa, if you're looking at a place like, well, no, I guess India has access to nuclear right now. I think I'd have to do more research on that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're adaptable to the place. That's why I incorporated so many different kinds of energy systems because it's a holistic approach, right? Like if you have all of this by design built into the ecology, then anywhere it's put, it can take advantage of any of the available resources. Like let's say you've got like the trifecta, you've got wind, solar, and hydro all available in the same location. Like you're going to be set. You can export your power actually. And like, what are the other things that's probably going to be the largest drawer of power besides just people use? Is going to be in the vertical farms. Since again, everything is trying to be as contained as possible in the ecology, you want to be able to have your primary caloric food production contained within the ecology as well. And so, like my solution was just incorporating vertical farms, which was a part of Solari's original envisioning as well. Um, like the sheer amount of efficiency you get out of vertical farms is just crazy. It's just crazy. Like you can produce so much food in that. Like you'd only need a very small percentage of the arcology dedicated to vertical farming space for high calorie foods like yams, potatoes, wheat, rice, and you could easily meet the caloric needs of your population and then some. You probably have a huge excess of the stuff actually. And then you can utilize additional holistic approaches too, because like if you've got your primary calories being produced in the arcology in these vertical farms, you could utilize additional farming space in the bioregenerative agriculture around the arcology to grow supplementary bioregional specific foods. Let's say that you're in Southern California and you can grow pretty much anything there. So let's say you've got tomatoes, you've got cucumbers, you've got avocados, you've got all kinds of different foods being grown in the bioregenerative agriculture area surrounding these. So that way, not only do you contribute to the natural ecosystem regeneration and the natural life cycle of these areas, but you also then have additional food sources that you can incorporate into the ecology that are regional specific. So that way you're not importing food. Like that's a huge waste of energy. Importing food and exporting food all across the planet is just a huge waste of energy. Like if you can produce everything sufficiently locally, then that dramatically reduces the food scarcity risks, and it also really increases the capacity for people to independently be, custodians of their own food sources and food production. One second, I'm going to check out what Journal Club said. Yes, Hendio, I saw the same thing. I saw that the efficiency rate was about 2 to 3% at the moment, I believe. But again, like I'm very much so a proponent of utilizing whatever low tech solutions we possibly can. And if the windows can be converted into photovoltaics or biophotovoltaics, absolutely, 100%. Um, but this all depends on the viability of the technology. We got to do more research on it. We got to figure out, okay, does this actually work? Does this work in practice? Like, how long is the life cycle? What's the maintenance like? Those are all the types of questions that biophotovoltaics has to answer right now. And I think for the window photovoltaics, it also has to answer that. If it proves to be a viable technology, absolutely incorporate it. Like, perfect scenario in my mind for the arcology is that every single system of this thing is regenerative. Like you've got nacre-based 3D printed walls, you've got chitinous built computer systems. Like you want to really go as far as you possibly can with this kind of stuff. The more bioregenerative systems you get, the better off you are. The more efficient you get, the better off you are. And the arcology can act as a really great test bed for this, because like each arcology can also be kind of like an experimental hub. Like imagine that you're living in one of these arcologies and like you want to try and increase the efficiency of your solar power gain. And so you work and you figure out some way to make the efficiency of your windows to be 11%. This is a huge revolution. And suddenly everybody and all the arcologies across the entire planet is incorporating this. Like those are the types of kind of like almost democratic technological developments that can occur as a result of this. And yeah, 100% recycled water would be something that would help a lot. I know there's some work that's being done to do moisture evaporation recycling, or not recycling, drawing from the air to get clean water. But I also know that it's a really energy intensive process. Actually, most of the solutions that I have seen so far regarding drinking and potable water have been very, very energy intensive. Right now, I'm just kind of going with the catch all and just utilizing desalination. Wince. I don't really know of anything that's kind of like a really solid water solution at the moment besides just desalination. But even then, desalination has a host of its own problems. I mean, like all that, all that salt water just gets pumped right back into the ocean. It damages the local environment. It comes with a host of problems. Um, Another thing that we've run into too. Yes, I should actually talk about that. Let me talk about the food system, and then I will talk about the water and water issues. Sorry, I've been sort of jumping all over the place as questions have popped up, so I apologize if this is slightly disorganized. Give me 1 second and I'll get to that area of my document here. Okay, so food production. I talked about vertical farms. Vertical farms will be in, again, a holistic system that incorporates hydroponics, aquaponics, aeroponics, permaculture, and algaeponics. So the permaculture element is externalized to the arcology, but still an important component because, like, the arcology is not a single closed off structure. It's a component of the environment, and the facilitation of all of this depends upon the interconnectivity of these different systems. Like I want the arcology to act like an organ of the biosphere, so that they act more as like a beneficiary rather than something that like sucks everything out of the air and kills it. Like we want this to be a system that regenerates, that acts as like a complementary life force, if you will. So the permaculture ties into the aquaponics because of the water systems that's moving easily through the arcology. And then the aquaponics provides protein through fish systems to, I'm guessing tilapia or something similar, something that's fast, easy to grow, reasonable protein. And then the aquaponics then feeds into the vertical farming, which is the aeroponics, by providing nutrient rich water through fish waste. The aeroponics provides almost all of the core calories, again, through like wheat, rice, potatoes, that kind of thing. And then the algaeponics, which is laced throughout the entire structure because of just how dang easy they are to grow, can provide for lots of minerals and vitamins, a huge amount of minerals and vitamins, as well as an additional protein and caloric source. I think a gram of the stuff has like 30% of its weight in protein. It's crazy. This stuff is crazy. And then hydroponics is really just aquaponics, but I incorporate that anyways, just in case like maybe fish isn't bioregional viable, or maybe something happens, and so you end up with just aquaponics. Because another thing that these facilities have to be capable of handling are failure points. Like something happens, you no longer have access to one of these systems. That's why you have all these other systems that work in conjunction, so that if any one fails, you still have viable food production. You don't want to ever run into a circumstance where suddenly, oh no, we lost our one thing, now we starve. So, like, even if you were to have something happen and your aeroponics facility was hit, you could move your primary calorie consumption into aquaponics, or you could move it into algaeponics. It suck, not gonna lie, it would suck, but you would still have it, and having food is better than having nothing, even if it is just a little bit of food. And by combining all of these systems together, you get a really kind of diverse diet, because you can have multiple types of things growing in your aeroponics. You don't have to have those be one single food source. You could have all three primary staples, or you could have multiple kinds of staples, or you could have your aeroponics devoted to maybe half staple foods and half exotic foods. You have options, and those options are really, really important for a population, especially for like nutritional needs. Is anybody unfamiliar with any of the food systems like hydroponics, aquaponics, aeroponics, algaeponics?
I've never heard of algeponics, but I assume it's basically the same. What Spirulina's using.
Yes, it's basically the same thing. Um, Really, growing algae is as simple as stick it in like a clear container and give it light and give it CO2 and give it heat, and you're good. It's gonna grow like crazy. You can actually use algae for lighting systems. You can use algae for direct CO2 sinks. Another concept, speaking of algae, that has been broached between myself and one of my colleagues has been the idea of using like these floating reefs out in the ocean that have the surface of them covered in a layer of algae, and then beneath them you have kelp forests. They also have passive tidal power systems in them, and they tie into the arcologies on the coastline. So that way you actually extend out the kelp forests that would naturally exist in the continental shelf. And you also get a direct CO2 sink. So you can start trying to, repair the dead zones in the ocean, or just trying to bring life further into the ocean, since most of the life tends to exist on the coastal areas of the continental shelves. Algae really has just it's super, super, super versatile. Crazy levels of versatile, actually. Oh, um, I too have really no idea how to make algae tasty and enjoyable, but I will say this: I have been getting like this spirulina algae drink at Jamba Juice, and it is amazing. Yeah, I think really that like conversations about like the culinarian aspects of solar punk stuff would be more of its own thing. I leave all of this up to people who would live in these structures, really. Like for me, my primary objective is just to design this structure, um, get people interested, and see how people. Yes, solar punk cookbook. Let's make it a thing. Um, just get people interested and to see who would want to participate in designing this structure. Like, I have gone as far as I believe that I am capable of going because I don't have any kind of education in any of this. I'm just some random guy who's a preschool teacher who's just coming in going, hey, this is great. Let's look at this and this and this and bring it all together. Um, do I have a degree in any of it? No. Do I have experience in any of it? No. But I'm trying what I can to get to this point so that I can give this concept to people who do have that experience and go, hey, look, what do you think? Hey, look, does this work? So like that's part of why I'm having this discussion today, because I would love to have people's perspectives and opinions and expertise and to have people say, yeah, no, 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 this won't work. Like for me, I actually thought the conversation about the Hyperloop was really successful because I don't know this stuff, but you guys do. And so you guys can say, oh no, well, this won't work because of X, Y, and Z. And I can go, oh, that's great. Thank you for telling me because I had no idea. I may or may not be doing this, sigh, possibly. Cough, cough. Wink, wink.
Doing what?
He said, are you planting the seeds in your preschool class? Cough, cough, wink, wink. Handeo, the cities are not sealed airtight. These are really not designed for like direct controlled environments like that. They can be. One of the really far distant concepts for the arcology is presented here is that you can take the basic concepts of this city, of this structure, and you can put it anywhere in the solar system, not just on the planet. You could even put these under the ocean if you seal them. Like this is a transferable design. This technology is a transferable design. You could stick this on Mars if you really, really wanted to. And actually, I think it was Nexus, one of the people from a Nexus Aurora who was talking about how they themselves had stumbled across essentially the arcology concept and were working on the arcology concept because like it's just so good. It's so viable. Witch Doctor, I'm not really designing it around any specific social structure. Capitalist, anarchist, communist, really you pick the community type and it can survive in this structure. It can thrive in this structure. I would really prefer not to see capitalists just kind of run away with it and trademark the design and turn it into a rich person city. But I mean, if I had my perfect choice for this, solar punk, 100% solar punk. Like anarcho-communism, I would love to see community-based, societies, community-based democracies, more of a confederation of our ecologies rather than like a traditional city-state. But like, I would love to see something like that. Like that for me would be like my perfect. If I was to inject my own personal ideology. Oh, you're thinking about communities and families. Well, I mean, obviously families, like family-based communities or communities in general. Like to me, it needs to be a structure that can incorporate really every human group that you could imagine. Like you want to be able to have. Let's just say that you take 5,000 people from whatever place that you're living right now and you put them in the arcology. They should be able to comfortably live in that place without feeling like they're being somehow forced into something. Like this should be a place that they can live in their entire lives, that they can have their families and communities and they can grow and make it feel like their home. That's the goal. Oh, one of the goals. I can't say your name, dude. B next 12E. Yeah, that's a really cool concept. If you want to stick that in the journal club uh, channel, that seems to be where a lot of the discussion is happening. That's actually a really, really cool concept.
What was the concept? Because I can't see it in the journal club chat or anything.
In the voice and video chat.
I just copied and
Oh,
pasted that. This is really, really cool. Uh, Emil, what's the photon to calorie efficiency of algae? 1 second here. I don't have the specific calorie amount in my document here.
That would probably be in the library somewhere because we've got all the spirulina papers.
Oh, then yes, it's probably in the library somewhere. Has anybody done spirulina research?
Someone on this Discord has, to my knowledge. I can't remember who. I'll see if I can find it in the library now. If I do, I'll post it in the chat.
Thank you. I don't imagine that the algae would be like a primary calorie um, staple for the population. I typically imagine it as being like a supplement, something that I would treat it the same way as I would like tomatoes. It would be something that you could incorporate as an additional food source. And yes, Hemdeo, definitely mushroom farming. I generally incorporate mushroom farming as a component of aquaponics, since it just seems to really fit in that really well because of the humidity. Um, but like, I kind of want to leave the specifics of what each arcology does to its population because I can't say what will be necessary or what will be best for that population. That's going to be up to the people who live in these structures. Like I can provide like the general core concepts, but the specifics I think should be up to them or should be up to the designers for the people who have the knowledge because I just don't have the knowledge. Like all the research that I've done, like all of this stuff that I've accumulated, I've done so through the lens of an amateur. And I can only go as far as I can with the knowledge and abilities that I possess. Let's see, Emil, you said. Well, so the thing you've got here with energy is that like you can utilize these additional systems of like tidal, hydro, wind, geo, and you're really devoting the majority of your energy production to like you know vertical farming. Like you want to be able to maximize your food production to meet the needs of your population. Solar panels and solar power is definitely something you really want to have incorporated. Which doctor? What is the population density of an arcology? It depends on the arcology. There's three types that I've been looking at. The two that I've personally designed are the core and the X type. For the core type, the ideal population maximum is 45,000 people. This can increase based on verticality. That's something I actually didn't talk about. So the core and the X types both are about 6 stories tall. I kept it at that low level so that you would be able to hit that height without having to worry about vast amounts of additional supports required to get into the skyscraper range, right? But you can build taller. Let's say you're in an X type, which is a population cap of 5,000 by its design, and you've got a whole generation of people that have grown up in this arcology, and you're running out of room. But you don't want to go out and build another one, so you just want to instead build additional floors. You can do this. You can build additional floors in the arcology. And all of that additional flooring would then be housing. It would be for the population. All of the arcologies have these large promenades, these large community spaces, large centers dedicated towards human habitation. Human needs. They've got hospitals. They've got all the stuff that's necessary to maintain a long-term population. But they are they're adjustable. They're adjustable by design. So, like, even if you were to have like the 45,000 person arcology, you could build up to 18 stories tall using just the tensile strength of the PLA basalt composite. You don't even have to have any of the additional supports that you typically would with concrete, just with the tensile strength of the basalt. So, like at 18 stories tall, I think it's something like 130,000 people. It's a huge, huge number. And because the vertical forms are growing at the same rate as the actual arcology itself is, every additional floor then becomes additional food production. But this also means that you do have a larger increase in energy consumption. So I think energy consumption would actually be the limiting factor here, because like if you've got like 10 additional stories, but you don't have the energy production to match, you then have to start importing food. Um, I would not say that they're like hive cities. Hive cities are closer, as this is probably gonna get me burned, but the hive cities are closer to solarized concept than my concept is to a hive city. Because like a hive city is just like this jammed in thing. Think of the arcology as like a web. I actually have a really good picture for this. One second. I just gotta find it. Okay, if you look at the picture that I just posted, if you notice how the structures just kind of form these interesting shapes all together, they're really just individual curves, right? Now, imagine that each one of those is an arcology, and they all form together. You could actually incorporate a core type as a literal core with X types surrounding it, connected to it, so that they form an arco complex. It really would form more of like a kind of spindly, domey shape, but you can build more and more complex structures like that. One of the things that I was exploring but didn't really settle on was the idea of using the core as like the kind of city center, downtown, quote unquote, and then the X as the neighborhoods. So they'd each be kind of like component neighborhoods for this downtown system. You could do that if you wanted to, and probably with much larger population centers, you probably want to do that. But as a raw concept, I didn't really push in that direction. Yes, definitely. Like the higher you go, you're definitely going to have to actually add supports. I was just saying that like the raw material itself is just extremely strong. It's just very, very durable stuff. Let me just read through what people have been saying here.
It's a basalt composite PLA material.
Yes. I can grab the link for that 1 second.
If I remember correctly, it was meant to be able to just be built off of the surface sand of Mars, right?
Not the sand of Mars. There's specific plateaus where there's a lot of basalt that's easily accessible. Um, that's why they chose that material. They also chose a landing site on the basalt plateau. I'm just going to go ahead and throw out the raw link for AI Space Factory. They do really good work anyways. I'd highly recommend checking out their stuff. Let me see here. Emil says, does solar really make sense if you're just mostly powering grow lights, if you're converting photons to electrons and then back to photons? So, I mean, it's not just powering grow lights. Like, I would like to have the power systems kind of powering everything if I can. Again, it's a holistic approach. So, like, um, let's say you've got solar, wind, and tidal power because you built on the coast and you're close to the equator. You've got solar and wind that's powering your vertical farms, and tidal that's powering all of your civilian systems. So like your computers, your electronics, your lights, da 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 da. So like these systems can complement each other if necessary. Like you have power draw at night because people have lights, which actually we could talk about a little bit if you guys want to. The idea of utilizing like algae to make lights, because I've seen some really cool kinds of ideas on that.
Are we back to glowing plants?
We're back to glowing plants. I love glowing plants. Wasn't there a video that Gabe and somebody else did about glowing plants? Or was it glowing fungus? I forgot. Uh, let's see. Dude, I cannot say your name. B3NCX12E. I have not tried Chetozan, no. But I did look into nacre as a material, just because its tensile strength is just crazy, and it's really pretty. Psi, unless you build like a pyramid. That's why it's a terrace, good sir. So like if you are building it in a terrace system, you would naturally reach a pyramid apex unless you start going directly vertical. So depending on how you're approaching the additional flooring, and if you do decide to go vertical like that, just directly straight up, you can do that, or you could do it in a pyramid system where it reaches an apex around the all school in the center. Witch Doctor. So a core arcology would be a monolithic structure, not have any solo buildings. No, I think it would have solo buildings around it. It would still probably have the auxiliary structures, just because like where else are you going to put your factories? There are definitely things that you cannot build in a 3D printer that you would need. Like, how are you going to build really advanced components for computer systems? You can't necessarily 3D print like an advanced microprocessor. So you still need to have, a traditional kind of style of factory. You just have to find a way to incorporate that into the system. Psi, optical fiber can move light around efficiently with no conversion. Yes, and there's ways to make optical fiber out of algae. I think there was researchers in Brazil who came up with an idea to utilize algae as a feedstock for optical fiber networks. Yes, I believe so. Let me check.
We need a dump of all these different papers you're talking about.
Oh, I know.
Like that's what the library is for.
Yeah, but they need to be in there.
Yeah, I went through something like 300 plus resources, and I think I added like 12 on my document. But I've been like incredibly busy at the same time. So this is a matter of one person trying to do all of this, and it's proving to be hmm, challenging. Challenging is the word I would use. B3, is that like the knacker that you posted? That looks like knacker to me. Interesting. Psi, or multiple pyramids like a mountain range. Yes, you could do that if you wanted to, like if you really, really wanted to. I kind of envision them as being more like lower to the ground and just spread out. But you could definitely do it like a mountain range if you really wanted to. You run into a lot of different kinds of constraints, I think, like tensile strength of the material, energy consumption, et cetera, et cetera. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've seen this. Yeah, I watched that video. That was a really good video. No. The very, very, very few resources that I have found about arcologies in general have not talked about building arcologies in empty space. I'm guessing you mean space as in the vacuum of space? Or do you mean empty space as in like there's a field? Oh, yeah, in empty space. No, I haven't seen anything about building them in empty space, but you could if you had like an O'Neill cylinder, or really just pick a space station. You could definitely build one inside of one of these structures. Nothing's really stopping you.
Building the cylinder.
Yeah, because Nika was asking about could you build an arcology in empty space? I mean, yeah.
No, I mean, what's really stopping you? Building the cylinder.
Oh, yeah, building the cylinder. That would stop you, yes. Emil, most domestic energy used today is heating and transportation. If you maximize volume to surface area ratio of the building and insulate it a bit, you could eliminate almost all heating. Yes, passive systems are key. I don't know if anybody's heard about like an Iranian wind trap or any of these other kinds of passive. Yes, yes, I do. I don't know about. I don't know if anybody else knows about like passive heating and cooling systems, but absolutely, yes, yes, Emil. If you utilize these kinds of concepts and these design choices in your structure, you can really eliminate most of those energy consumptions. And the more efficient you get with your system, then the better off you are. Transportation is by default made obsolete. Yes, you could utilize systems like the maglev train. You can utilize subways. There's lots of different ways to interconnect the ecologies to each other without having to utilize mass transportation like we have it now. We can also eliminate cars pretty much entirely because of walkability within the arcology. It's only 3 kilometers across from arm to arm. I say only 3 kilometers across, but really, if you think about it, 3 kilometers across is not that large. That's easily walkable for people, and it's also by design something that could be accessed by people with mobility issues. Like it's not something that's going to be just stairs or whatever. It's designed to have enough accessibility for anybody to utilize at any age. And yes, in this paradigm, most energy will be used to grow light, manufacture, and then human consumption. And yes, definitely Blue Earth. I am a huge Isaac Arthur fan. I actually presented this proposal document to that channel first, unfortunately to very limited interest. But yes, I am a huge Isaac Arthur fan. I love his channel. I've been following it since he first created it. Like all his stuff is just fantastic. Probably my biggest dream would be to have him like talk with me. uh, my nerd out moment's over. Yeah, Emil, same thing for me. Like 3 kilometers really is nothing. But I also want to respect people who do have mobility issues and not just present it as, oh, well, that's easy, but instead to be something that's achievable for somebody who does have mobility issues. Let's say you live on like the third floor and you are quadriplegic. I still want to have this be a structure you can be comfortable in and you can live in easily. So like you would have either a combination of elevators as well as mobility friendly stairs, but ramp, really, not stair. And then you would have every facility accessible by people who would have potentially mobility issues. Like this is not supposed to be a structure that is inhibiting or constricting or discriminatory to any group of people on the planet. It has to be something that is accessible for everybody. That includes socioeconomic status, that includes bioregions. Like everybody should be able to build this. Everybody should be able to live in this. I've worked with quadriplegic people before, and I got a good solid grasp on the struggles that they have. And I want to make sure this is not a place where they would struggle as much as I possibly can. But again, I'm approaching this from a complete novice perspective with very limited experience in anything remotely involving architecture. So, yeah.
What stops you making an arcology like that has less than 5,000 people or so?
Nothing. Um, the from what I understand from sociology, and this is just me pulling this out of my head here, I believe that the number required for you to have a viable community space is 5,000, and that's why I chose that number. I think it's something to do with the idea that if you have to have a large enough community so that you always feel like you can walk around the corner and meet somebody new. Otherwise, there's too great a sense of familiarity, and it kind of does something to the social web. But I'm pretty sure that it was 5,000 people. That was the minimum for that kind of psychological health. And then if you look at genetic diversity requirements, like you want to have at least 5,000 people. Ideally, you want to have 10,000 people for a better genetic diversity. Because let's just say, for the sake of argument, and catastrophize a bit, let's say that um, the whole planet get wipes out except for this one arcology of like 5,000 people. Can they repopulate the Earth? Answer is yes. Yes, I can. Or, let's actually take Nika's example. And let's say we have an arcology in space, and we have this arcology wrapped around an O'Neill cylinder. Can they survive in space as a viable community? Yes. Yes, they can.
And why do you want to not have that much automation within the arcology? Is that just to reduce the barrier to entry for it, so that poor communities can still make them, or is there some better reason for it?
Primarily to reduce the complexity and to reduce the barrier of entry. Like, this concept for the arcology is the baseline proposal. So this is the absolute most basic structure to build. Everything else you can upgrade and modify to suit your needs. So let's say that you have a huge amount of automation technology that you can access. You can then shift and upgrade and do all kinds of stuff to improve systems within that arcology. In fact, I actually anticipate that. I anticipate people really kind of sharing their own advances amongst each other in these communities. But like I want to make it so that this is not a structure that's going to cost you billions and billions of dollars to build for just 5,000 people. Like, this is comparable in cost for the 5,000 person one and for 120 person luxury apartment complex in America right now. That's comparable cost. Except, the arcology is infinitely better. Let's see, blue. Oh, actually, Emil, yes, yes, it is. It's a completely different mode of life, and I that my experience with that and working with those types of clients like really helped transform my thinking process for this, and kind of try to keep that in mind as much as I possibly can. And blue, let's see, having inspiration like that is so important, especially science-minded people. The impact was massive of all the people working on Apollo, watching Star Trek when they were children. Yes, I agree. And like, I have been watching science fiction shows and reading things like the Culture series and Dune since I was a wee little kid at like 10. So it's been hugely impactful for me. And honestly, I wrote a science fiction story that used arcologies about 8 years ago now. Um, And I never really thought it would be viable because I always had the Solarii concept in my mind of these giant, huge mega buildings that had millions of people living in them, like, the Warhammer 40K Hive City. That's what I always pictured. But then when I watched the AI Space Factory video and saw what they were doing with this basalt composite 3D printer, it kind of struck me like lightning. And I was like, wait a second, you could actually build this. You could literally build this right now with this technology. B3. I mean, most of my ancestors' joints are replaced with titanium and whatnot, so I'm looking for a place like this for my future. I mean, that's fair. It's supposed to be a place you can live your whole life in. Like, that's the ideal. And yes, really, 5,000 people is really not that many. If we're looking at the actual like population of the Earth and the actual population of like many of the large cities that we have, 5,000 people is a drop in the bucket. And designing for the structure to house 5,000 people is also not as difficult as conceptually it may seem to be. I mean, this is again me speaking from a place with no direct experience in any of this, but from the research that I've done and from what I've seen in terms of construction that we can do right now, I mean, if we look at cruise ships, they can temporarily house just as many people. And we're just increasing the duration of that stay by adding facilities that incorporate, regeneration and, you know, food production, energy production, and turning these into, residences, habitation, places that people live. And another benefit too, yeah, and they're very luxurious. So like I really like this is me being a solar punk here, but I really like the idea of taking the luxury from cruise ships, like really taking it and like this thing that only really wealthy people ever get to do, taking that and then giving it to everybody and making it better and going, hey, look, luxury for cruise ships is not as luxurious as it could be. Because look, this is so much better. And look, we did it so much cheaply and with, way less waste. And yeah, it's kind of basically a cruise ship that doesn't need to come back to the docks, but it's also something that's not designed specifically around consumption or capital because it's community based. I know, Sai. So the arcologies are effectively semi-closed systems because they're all independent. So even if you have an Arco complex of like 30 or 40 of these all conjoined together, they are still fundamentally food independent each. So let's say that one of the outer edges of the Arco complex, one of the like two or three of them get coronavirus. All the rest of the Arco complex can close off its transportation access. So you can isolate and quarantine. I know, it sounds bad, but realistically, that's what we had to do, right? That's what we have to do to address coronavirus and other similar pandemics. We have to quarantine, we have to isolate, period. There's no quibbling about, oh no, what about my freedoms? This is about the survival of our species. And in the face of the survival of our species, we make the decisions and choices we have to make. So the arcology allows these people to self-quarantine within these systems. And even within the arcology, let's say that we're looking at a small 5,000 person arcology and we've got a pandemic explosion in there, right? Let's say that the whole first floor is suddenly infected. The other floors can isolate because each floor has its own food independence and food access. So each system within the arcology acts as kind of like its own space station. So it can be cut off from other sections if there's a fire, if there's floods, if there's something that happens, XYZ, some kind of disaster. You still have internal systems that allow you to compensate and to address this. Witch Doctor, cruise ship on land and no luxury as a Soviet apartment block. But this is not talking about capital luxury. This is talking about human luxury. We're talking about like human focused spaces. Like this is why the apex of the structure is not finance like it is in everything else. The apex of the structure is education. This is a school at the top of this place because the school should stand at the apex of society, education, learning, knowledge. And by reframing the entire social ecosystem of the arcology with that in mind, you change what the concept of luxury is from being an idea of look at the opulence of my consumption to instead look at the opulence of what I can do and the opulence of my knowledge and its expression. So the arcology's quote unquote luxury district would not be like, let me go get like this $50,000 handbag. It would instead be like, oh, look, this is a really high end medical facility. We've got really great medical facilities, or we've got really great education facilities, or we've got really great insert human based system here.
entertainment systems.
Sure, entertainment systems. We've got really great access to some of the best chess players on the planet, or whatever it is. Emil, if an arcology has all the manufacturing machines to make another arcology, including a copy of all the machines, does that make it a self-replicating life form? That's actually a really interesting point, because I've been thinking about that myself. Because, like I said, this is supposed to be an organ of the environment. So what happens if the human and the arcology become components of the biosphere without actually realizing it, and in turn begin to form a sort of like neural network around the planet? Who's to say? Cough, cough. Isaac Arthur. Cough, cough. Grand Freud, quarantine and cruise ship, not such a good combo. But we can say we get. This is true. This is true. I mean, ideally, you don't have the same mistakes that the cruise ships do, and don't make the same mistakes that everybody else appears to be making right now. But we're talking, an ideal world. Emil, let's see. Yes, you just added yourself. B3, does anyone know the basic story of Dead Space? Because we have to be aware of something like that. I know the basic story, but I don't really think we have to worry about that. Grand Freud, luxury sector equal museum. Maybe. Who knows? I mean, really, I leave that up to the community of that arcology, because I can't dictate. Oh, you guys can hear me?
I can
Test,
hear
test.
you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
What was I saying? Something about bioregions.
Dead
Oh yeah.
Space.
So I don't want to say what each arcology for each region of the planet, or each cultural region of the planet, will have as a luxury or define as a luxury. That should be up to its people. I want to focus purely on the human element and leave the specifics to the people who live in them. Because I can't speak for what it's like for a person in Europe to approach this. I can't speak for what it's like for a person in India or China or Africa or South America. I can only speak about my own lived experiences and for what my own bioregional culture would say would be best to define luxury. Like for us, we're in Portland, Oregon, it's coffee. Coffee, beer, we're good. Maybe soccer, football. Yeah, we're good. That's our luxuries. But I don't know what it's like for somebody in Saudi Arabia. What would they define as luxuries? I don't know, and I can't speak for that. So instead, I make the concept itself open-ended enough so that it can be tweaked to fit the needs of the people. Really, it's a democratization of the city concept. B3, symbiotic relation between humans and anything. Is it possible? I cut out time to time. Um, I'm going to turn off my push to talk and just voice and try not to overwhelm people, since I seem to be cutting out for people. Okay, can people hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Cool. Sorry, cracking my fingers. Yes, I actually do think that a symbiotic relationship between humans and anything is possible. I think that capital, by its nature, domesticates us and turns us away from what our actual nature is. But then it gets into an ideological, philosophical discussion, and I don't really know if I want to incorporate that into the arcology discussion. I can talk about that if people would like me to talk about that, but that's me just pontificating. And I would prefer, ideally, to maintain focus on the arcology, because I think that as a core proposal, it's cross-pollinating for different ideologies. So, solar punk, it works. Capitalists, it works. Communist, it works. Socialists, it works. Really, you name an ideology, this thing will work for it, and that's part of the goal. I want to be able to design a concept and this structure in such a fashion that no individual group will look at this and go, oh well, that's clearly an XYZ's thing, not for us. Anybody can use this. And if we were to house the entire human population in these, like it would be transformative for our existence, for our planet, for our communities, for our sense of humanity, for the biosphere. I mean, that's probably idealistic as hell of me, but there we are. B3, when you said would like it, what do you mean? Oh, if people can hear me breathing, I apologize. I'm just going to move my mic away from my mouth.
Hello? Sorry I'm late.
Hi.
Hi. My bad. Had some work stuff come up.
Hi there.
No worries. We are
Um,
just in Q&A, I guess, right now. We just moved
yeah.
organically here.
That's how it goes. I kind of cut some stuff about like how this would be transformative for, well, like all the things. And
Yes.
I think that one of the the concept, and so like please like stop me if I get on a roll about something that you've already talked, because like I said, I just kind of joined late. Um, but you know, the structures that we live in kind of shape the way that we interact with the world,
Yes.
and and some of those structures that we live in are like even cars, for instance.
Yes.
And so um, you know, not like not having to have that is, it doesn't just change like how we move goods and services around, because everybody loves to talk about goods and services, but it's also about how we move ourselves around, and how we move through the world changes how we interact on a sociological level. Like when
Exactly.
you see people, human beings, like we're all feeling this right now because of pandemic. Um, the lack of seeing people, it fucks with you.
Well, we're
Like
social creatures. Like we need that
we
sense
are
of
social
community.
creatures. We're pack animals. In fact, there's a really interesting paper about how there's a like a direct correlation, not causation, but really hard correlation between the domestication of wolves into dogs and human beings moving from small family structures into larger social structures. And so, um, while we humaned up the dog, dogs wolfed up the human, and we became more of a pack structure than we were previously in history. Just happens to overlap an extremely hard Venn diagram. And I think it's a really interesting piece of data. And so when you think about changing the physical structure of space, and the fact that like if you are like in a car all the time, so basically high entire western coast, um, you are separated from things. It changes, and this is really important to think about when we start to think about like the nature of how cities are built. And then of course there, on top of that, there's also many papers that have been written about aggressive architecture, like all of the
Right,
things that
right.
done for people who like are homeless, or
Yeah. There's a lot of that in
all of,
Portland right
or
now.
skaters, or even
Yeah.
skaters,
Yeah.
you know.
It's
And so
it's
there's like a
scary.
whole, yeah, there's a whole documentation about how we plant plants so that people can't enjoy the plants because the plants are aggressive, because you don't want people loitering or something like that.
So
So
that I think to me ties into the concept of brutalist architecture because like brutalism itself has been kind of pushed to this extreme. And like one of
oh
the
yeah,
ways that I've kind of addressed this within the arcology space itself is by making it human focused, by incorporating promenades that connect you to every single point across the city in one direct walkable path. Well, not direct, but with curves and stuff, but like a single path that you could walk. It lets you feel connected. And because of the way that the space is constructed and because of the way that the environment itself is incorporated, you get to enjoy those types of nature spaces. And the cost for each of these dwellings, this is something I actually haven't talked about. I want to keep the cost for each of these dwellings to be around $12,000 US dollars at current
mhm.
exchange because I want it to be as close to material cost as possible. This is not something that you're going to profit off of. This is not something that would be
Right.
traditionally
It's not about
considered to
making a
be,
profit.
quote unquote, economically viable. This is about the survival of our people. This is about the survival of our species. And to me, this
Right.
trumps any gobbledygook from an economist going da 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 da. Because I mean, clearly, in the United States, we just injected trillions of dollars of magic money into a magic pot, which went who knows where. It's gone. Poof. So if we can do
Mhm.
that, we can easily spend the $300 billion required to build enough arcologies to house the entire planet's population. That's all the
Yeah.
money it would cost.
The,
$300 billion. It's a drop in the bucket.
yeah, it's totally inconsequential compared to the amount of money that we've spent on just about anything else.
Right.
So the situationalists, this French philosophy thing from back in the day, they had this concept of the walk in the city, where you would create a map as you moved through the city. And so I think that the movement of the human through like arcologies, like I mean, it's in the name of the book, City in the Image of Man. It's
Literally.
about having a city that's for people. And arcology, it's also about kind of putting people in a place so that they're not just like spread all out chewing on everything. And so the situationalists would have this concept where you would walk through the city and you would redefine the map of the city through the path that you would take.
Yes.
And so,
I actually talk about
um,
walkability in the document too.
oh,
And
yeah.
Vancouverism too, which then expands upon walkability. I mean, Vancouverism
Yeah.
has problems, but definitely taking the same concept. That's why the promenade is so prominent, because to me, the promenade is the apex of this idea, and it
Mm-hmm.
it should connect you to different points. I've also been considering the idea of branching out different services so that you have to walk across the city. So you have to take that journey because giving people that time to decompress, to reflect, to be in open spaces, to be surrounded by people. Like this is
Mm-hmm.
all really important, subtle psychology stuff. And like
Yeah,
if it gives people the opportunity to really kind of experience what the arcology is and to be connected to their communities, I think it's a benefit. Emil,
absolutely.
you had a question here. Let me take a look here. You say our current economic system is already a self-replicating system where capital goods eventually produce more capital goods. Like you use a lathe to make a CNC mill part, you use a mill to make a foundry part, you use the metal from the foundry to make a make a part for your lathe. All these systems are distributed and regulated by markets. Is it the goal of the arcology to short circuit this loop of self-replicating machinery by centralizing it under a single roof? Sort of. So if
Uh,
if
quick,
we're able
quick
to,
interjection. Um,
sure.
the the economic term for this is interlocking directorates. For anybody who wants to like take a quick note and then um, uh, look that up. But yes, that whole process, the short version of that is just called interlocking directorates. But yes, please go on.
So if we're able to efficiently get feedstock going, which usually is some kind of corn or wheat stock for PLA plastic manufacturing, we could utilize 3D printers to produce plastic parts that can achieve a good chunk of these goals. We also have 3D printers that are able to 3D print in complex metallic shapes at varying levels of accuracy. Like I know there's at least one company out there that is currently 3D printing rocket parts using their specific fabricators. So I'm using those as proof of concept to say that yes, we could potentially do this under a single roof. Do you want to do it under a single roof? Do you need to do it under a single roof? I don't know. This would depend entirely upon the needs of that community. Does that community want to produce high-tech goods? Then probably they would need to have a large distribution of production facilities. Do they want to just only have the goods they currently have, or do they want to maintain a subsistence, low-level lifestyle? Then no, they probably don't need that. They could probably be totally fine on just utilizing PLA 3D printers. I know that with RepRack style 3D printers, you can have the 3D printer 3D print 3D printers. So you can make more of those to scale up your production, which is actually part of the way that I was thinking about assembling these arcologies in the first place was by having 3D printers 3D print more 3D printers to 3D print 3D printing assembly robots to 3D print the structure. But like, there's different ways that you can approach that. I would again say that's probably community specific. If you have a large scale population of like 300,000, 400,000 people in an Arco complex, then yeah, you're probably going to have um, some kind of either centralized or decentralized system of closed loop manufacturing like that. That seems to be an inevitability. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what shape that would look like because, again, this is me approaching this from a place of inexperience. I don't know anything about those
There,
systems. So,
there's
um,
a lot of background papers that people can hunt down, and if anyone wants to hunt down papers about the concept of cradle to cradle, which is what you're talking about here, and then throw them into the library. Ainsley's about to come out from vacation, so and we've been talking about library sorting, but the concept they're talking about is cradle to cradle, where things just like work together. Um, on top of that, we've been having a little bit of conversation in the knocker boards about like 3D printing a bioreactor versus buying a plastic bioreactor versus blowing glass, and all of this stuff has been kicking around, and it's like, um, if you remember, like the previous conversations about like biomaterials and Nakara, which should totally integrate with this type of arcology concept, is the concept of things that fail to work better, fail, comma, to work better. Um, and so I'm always like confused or surprised to hear people talking about 3D printing, um, which is, you know, fun and easy and wow, it's so neat that I can just make something happen like that. But like, it just breaks. And what you want are resilient systems. And so like the streets in Rome have existed for like thousands of years. And they're just bricks. And so this concept of just magically 3D printing these beautiful Apple Store looking objects doesn't actually make sense when you look
well,
at consistency over time. No, you have to think about historical precedents when you're like you want something to work. It's got to be it's got to be what works.
yeah, I agree. It's got to be something that works, but we also should take advantage of the technology. Like, I know that the 3D printers themselves can't necessarily be relied upon to do everything, and nor should it. But we also have direct, success stories of 3D printing being used to build communities and structures. Like, I know there's at least one community that was 3D printed in El Salvador after a hurricane wiped out this extreme low income community. Like, a nonprofit, I think it was Intotech or Into, I need to find the link for that. They came in and they 3D printed the entire community out of nothing but concrete, and each building only cost $2,000. So the technology
Great.
is
And
there.
how long has it lasted?
Well, it's concrete, so presumably it'll last at least 40 years. I, I'm looking at the PLA basalt composite specifically because of its durability. I recognize the need to have these structures last extreme periods of time. Ideally, I'd love to have them last as long as Rome did, 1,000 years without any kind of significant maintenance. Fantastic. I'd love it. I take it. Print it now. Um, Realistically, like, we're looking at the need to be able to build these in extremely short periods of time. Like, we all know, I'm sure everybody here knows, we've got less than 20 years to make dramatic changes for the planet, to save it, to save
Right. We've
ourselves.
got a lot of unemployed people, and there's a lot of hands out there.
I agree
Like,
with that too, but we
it,
also are
it,
facing the very real truth of automation. If we instead turn automation into a tool that we can utilize to free ourselves from these oppressive systems, and to do so in a dramatically reduced period of time, we should do it. And on top of that, I don't know if we'll ever be able to have the funds to actually pay a human being to build these systems. I mean, think about the fight that would produce from capitalists. Like, how hard would they fight against that? Like, if we're trying to find a way to produce the structure fast, cheap, and in a way that won't generate endless conflicts with people who own everything, then it seems, from my perspective, to be a solution that 3D printing can address. I mean, I don't know because again, I'm not an expert in any of it. This is just me kind of
How
talking
does
from my own space.
yeah, I'm really interested to hear how other people feel about this because like the whole concept of automation, it like falls into that category of fully automated luxury communism,
Space
which I hear
communism.
people talking about. Yeah, space
Yeah,
communism. And this doesn't actually work because the concept of luxury implies like a gradient between luxury and not luxury. Whereas,
well,
like, how do you deal with this type of thing without capitalists getting upset? You have a bunch of people, they go out and they do the thing. They don't ask for money. They're like, this is what needs to be done. We're building a fucking cathedral to the human spirit. We're just going to fucking do this shit. And then
I
they go out.
agree with you
And
in concept,
that's
but
what
I've
needs
also
to
worked
happen,
with the
though.
government and I know what the real thing is like. You would be facing so much bureaucratic pushback, it would be unreal. Like I've literally worked in the government and I know exactly how they would approach that.
Well,
So like
I am also aware, but you know, there's
I
actually a
know,
lot more of us than there are of them.
I know,
And given, the last 24 hours of political discourse, I'm kind of a little bit on edge about, you know,
I know.
following the rules.
Believe
So,
me, I feel the
if you
same
want
way.
something done, if
Do it
you want
yourself,
something
right?
done, you should go and do it.
Yeah, fundamentally we are on the same page, Gabriel. We were 100% on the same page. I recognize that like we are facing this I don't even know how to describe it extreme period of time where we have no idea what the hell tomorrow's going to bring at this point. But like we also shouldn't turn our back on the technology itself. If it will help us, we should use it. I'm very firmly in that kind of camp. We should use any kind of resource we have at our disposal. If that means a combination of manpower and technology, definitely use it. If it means relying more
Yeah,
on the technology than the manpower because you can't get the manpower, use it. Like I even mentioned in the document too that you could use nothing but human hands to build this facility. If you really needed to,
yeah,
you could do it like that, and you could utilize the bricklaying
yeah.
concept for the
It's
pyramids.
not that it's it's not that I don't think that technology is useful. I think that we just have such a strong enthusiasm for the new technology that we're like, oh, by the way, bricks, pretty awesome. Like,
I don't
and,
know
you
if
know,
Hmm. I know there's bricklaying robots out there, and I know that bricklaying in general is something we can definitely do. I just don't know the specifics on which is more structurally sound because I know there's specific stuff about 3D printing the structure that gives it unique properties that we simply can't replicate in any other way. I don't know if that's something that is superior to a traditional brick style layered structure or if it's equitable to the layered structure. That's something that I think would require somebody who has, material knowledge experience. I don't. I'm just kind of going off of the basic stuff that I've been able to gather, and like from the claims that AI Space Factory itself has made in their 3D printing process. Because like I watched their videos, I saw their process, I listened to their lecture, and like they talk a couple of different times about the PLA composite material and about how it's 3 times stronger than concrete. And that kind of strength is designed to last specifically in the conditions of Mars. And that's why I'm thinking that we should utilize that material, because if it can survive so easily on Mars, imagine how long it'll last here on Earth. Like that kind of transferableness gives us advantages too, because if we master that technology and we master that material here on Earth, it'll make it even easier for us to build these types of structures elsewhere in the solar system, which then gives us more options down the road. Um, there's a couple of questions. I'm going to answer those real quick. Emil, cease studying arcology to bypass governments. That's a possibility. There was actually an arcology tossed out a while ago. I think it was called LilyPad. Give me a second here. I want to say it was LilyPad. Yeah, it was this thing. This was done for ICO back in 2008. And the idea for this thing was actually very similar to my general arcology concept, but it's smaller. I think it's only about 500 people. But you could totally do that. If you really wanted to seastead, you could totally seastead an arcology. In fact, I think most seasteading city concepts have all been basically arcologies, just without the name. You could totally do that. It's just one of those things that I'm hesitant on because, in my mind, you should only build this structure if you have already maximized your utilization of existing spaces. And like this facility could act as a really powerful oceanic eco regenerator. You could literally turn this into effectively an upside down coral reef, and imagine how powerful that would be for the local ecosystem. Like you could take dead zones or other areas that have been, really damaged by pollution, and if you put one of these there that filters the water, that cleans the system, that removes these pollutants, that encourages, coral growth, and encourages kelp growth, you could you could really rebuild these locations, and you could repopulate lots of damaged and depleted fish species. Like, to me, every single arcology system, every single human system should tie in as a component organ of the overall biosphere. And like,
Yeah, it should be a bioreactor.
yeah, it's essentially part of that system. Like, I would really love to see, like, let's just say for the sake of argument, we're just gonna throw this out here. Let's just say that California, for whatever fucking reason, for whatever reason, decides it's gonna go ahead and it's gonna slap down arcologies all across the state, and you build like 300 arcologies up and down the coast, and you build a couple of these smaller lily pad style arcologies right off the coast. You could literally regenerate the entire region, and you'd be able to address the water shortage issue. You'd be able to help with the fires. You'd be able to do a lot of different kind of stuff while also safely housing your population. Like, I cannot stress enough that this is a viable concept and it can work. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like I've hit the limit of what I can do by myself because I just don't know enough about the technical side of things to be able to say, to be able to answer, more sophisticated kinds of questions. Like, if someone was to ask me, well, what's the energy consumption of the arcology? I can't answer that because I don't know how to answer that question. And let's see. Let me.
There's some math to answer that, but it's also like a properly designed arcology is systemically built into the ecosystem, which
Right.
means there is no, hey, I'm like, this is just the number. You like that's not a question that can be answered because like it depends on the region, it depends on how the arcology is built.
Right, it's regional specific, and that's something that I talked about earlier. Is that each
Yeah.
bioregion arcology would have to have its systems adapted to suit the needs of that region. Like, one of the reasons why I have so many different holistic power sources is because I don't know specifically what each region has more of. Like, if you've got wind,
Right.
solar, tidal, and
So
geo, like maybe you've got lots of geo and none of the others. So like
so
that's why you've
yeah, this
got so
was
much holistic approaches to this in the concept. Like, you just have to. It's the only way to address it.
did you so again, sorry for joining late. Did you talk about Arcosante?
I did, yes.
Yeah. And did you talk about like the significant flaws of Arcosante?
No, because I decided that I didn't want that to be the focus. I know that
Yeah.
Arcosante has been more of a research campus and not a proper arcology, so I decided I was going to just focus
Yeah.
instead on my addressing of the
Right.
issues with solarized
But
regional
this also
concepts.
addresses right. This addresses that question of, what's the energy consumption? How is this? And the answer is if it's done right, I don't know. As opposed to I'm going to give you a number because when you have to give people numbers, then you have to meet those numbers,
Right.
and
If you
and
don't,
that's
then
not
there's
how that's
mhm.
not how arcologies and integrative architecture work. And that
Yeah,
was definitely not how Arcosante worked.
yeah. It
That was
definitely had
a
a lot of
that was a
flaws.
rough visit.
Um, it's one of those idealistic concepts, I think, but like in execution, it just doesn't work as well as one would hope. And I think that's actually one of the flaws in Solarized conceptualization of the arcology. He focused so much on the concept of it and not on the actual technical aspects of it that the reality
Mhm.
was lost. It's
Oh,
like
absolutely,
so many of his designs
absolutely,
are
yeah,
just
no,
not
and
practical. They're just not.
yeah,
Um,
and I mean, this was one of the things that I've been trying to talk about with the ENS project where it's like, look, you can't just do permaculture, you can't just do GMO. You got to make those things be friends.
Right.
And it's like taking 15 fucking years to build one dome is maybe
Non-viable.
not viable. Like,
It's just not
you need
viable.
to, yeah. I think the techniques and the technology are legit, but the methods were
Questionable.
bad. And then you had a complete subsystem, like a support ecosystem, basically, like a life support system that kept things running, that was unconnected. And so these are the things that need to be addressed. And this is like when I get back to talking about, like, okay, 3D printing maybe isn't really the way. Like, if anyone gets too caught up in a certain type of process, they start to lose the other pieces.
And that's something I definitely want to avoid. I'm going to answer a bunch of the questions that have popped up in the chat, and then I'm going to touch again on the 3D printing thing because I want to hammer out that like this does not rely on that. I don't want to have it rely on any one technology. So Nika, you said without creating conflicts with people who own everything, having small-scale, self-sustaining environments wouldn't sit well with those people. I would argue that one reason that this type of technology would be allowed to grow would be for space travel or space inhabitation. That's possibly true. I mean, you can definitely transfer a lot of this technology and a lot of this knowledge to space-based habitation, and that's actually something that Nexus Aurora has been doing with their own explorations of Mars-based arcologies. And there's a lot of cross-pollination of these concepts, and I think that like that's one of the advantages of the arcology too. Like if we master this technology on Earth, we can then have easy distribution of this technology across the solar system, and that dramatically increases our capacity to colonize elsewhere in space. Emil, you say the current seasteading community are a funny bunch of ultra libertarians and some very painful to watch failures. Absolutely, yes. The propensity of ultra libertarians to do this type of thing is really kind of shocking to me. Like the other, I think like a couple of months ago, actually, there was a post on the Solarpunk Reddit where this dude was like, "Hey, look, I made an arcology," and I was, was like, "Great, that's awesome, that's really cool. Let me take a look." Ew, oh boy, that was painful. Um, Basically, that whole conversation that Gabriel and I had, he ignored all of that. He went very, very strongly in the ultra libertarian perspective. He made himself king of the arcology. And he's like, yeah, you only have to pay $400 to live here, but I'm the king and we worship Jesus Christ. And I was like, I see. One of those. We're going to step away slowly now. Bricks is just Big Knacker. Maybe. I mean, the thing with bricks is that like you're kind of limited in the ability for you to build specific kinds of shapes. And one of the things that I thought that 3D printing could address was like this idea of being able to build things at such speed. Like we just have to be able to build this so quickly and such large scale. I mean, maybe you could do it with the bricks and the knacker, but I would leave that kind of decision making up to a person who has that kind of experience. This is again just me talking from a place of like from my own kind of research and explorations and my own biases. Um, I would probably leave that up to an actual proper architect to be able to make the decision on and say, oh well, we should probably use this because of X, Y, and Z. And if that argument makes sense, then I would follow with that. Let's see, Emil, could you harvest phytoplankton to make materials out of? Just a wild idea. Actually, this brings up a really interesting idea I ran across a while back. I think it's called phytomining. Yes, it's called phytomining. The idea is that there's certain types of plants out there that will excrete heavy metals. You could stick them in areas that have been polluted by toxins and like toxic material waste, and they'll actually absorb all of that into their stems, and they will excrete all of this out of their branches and leaves. And you could use this concept in a similar fashion to oceans. You could use like a kind of genetically modified kelp, or maybe even potentially you could use aquaponics with these plants to draw the heavy metals out of the ocean, or maybe even the plastics out of the ocean, to then you know be used for other purposes. Um, I think you could probably harvest phytoplankton, or you could find some way to create synthetic chitin or chitinous. I know, Gabriel, you've probably done a crap ton of research on this, so I'm gonna kind of leave that for
Toasted
you.
banana peels.
Banana peels?
I'm sorry, what?
Yep.
What?
Somebody Google it. Also, there's papers in the library. Turns out that baked banana was Brazil had this like huge toxic spill in one of their largest rivers, and they used baked banana peels. Evidently, it turns out that whatever the structure of a baked banana peel is an amazing toxic binding element. And then we had somebody in one of the classes, because of course I'm always talking about chitosan, mix the chitosan in with the toasted banana peel, and then we basically poured fertilizer into flasks, and we were like, hey, yeah, what about that? Turns out it works even better because of course chitosan is a flocculant. That's why they use it in wine purification. So yes, toasted banana peels. You don't even have to get crazy about it. Like it's amazing the things that are like so simple.
I love that.
Shrimp, and toasted banana. Tell your
Cheers.
friends.
Cheers,
Yeah.
friends. The world will be saved by shrimp and toasted banana.
Uh huh. Yeah.
Well, if it works, it works. That's my philosophy.
Hey, they purified one of the largest rivers in Brazil, and that ain't a small country.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm from Brazil, and I have seen this, and they
Mm-hmm.
primarily absorb lead from the water, lead too.
Mm-hmm.
They also have a lot of heavy metals like arsenic, a lot of heavy metals, like they were like 10,000 the normal level that should be, and they devastated a lot of parts of Minas Gerais and Espírito Santo. And it's a very long river, and this river was very important for water distribution and for agricultural purposes. So this being one of the largest rivers from Minas to the sea, this project helped a lot to make the process of bioremediation faster, like to plant trees again and make the water feasible to consumption.
Mm-hmm. And that's going to be really
Mm-hmm.
important. Like,
Yeah.
I think that each of the arcology is like that. That's probably the second most important function of the arcology is to really help with the bioregeneration of our biosphere.
To be a
Like,
filter.
to be a filter, especially like if you've got arcologies that are coastal. Oh God, we've got so much that we have to fix on the coasts and regenerate. Like, right, that's going to be a whole different kind of conversation in and of itself. I've actually seen some people commenting here in the chat about like how seasteading has been taken over by people who have navies and these large fleets and stuff. That's definitely a concern with anything that tries to move out on the sea is that you make yourself vulnerable if you don't have a state to protect you, especially in the current world dynamic. You are very much so a vulnerable person. um, like I think you're better off working within current government systems than trying to work outside of current government systems just because of the volatility that's around right now. But it's hard to say what would be the best course of action in the next couple of years. I don't even know what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, let alone the next couple of years. So I'm going to kind of leave that as like under ideal circumstances, you would want to work within a government system. And Grant Freud, yeah, I know it sounds really utopian. I'm actually really dampening my current utopianism impulses to try and stop myself from kind of going, hey, let's make actual luxury gay communism space elevated stuff. Um, because I know that most people will look at this kind of proposal and say, well, this is just too optimistic, or this is just something that's unrealistic. Like I specifically focused on using existing technologies, existing sciences, and existing systems. We can totally do this. I mean, we could literally, if someone was to walk up to me and give me $1 billion, I could literally make a dozen arcologies and slap them down anywhere on the planet. Literally. Like that's how viable this stuff is. Like, like
Cool.
it
So
could literally work.
I need you to DM me, and then also I have an important question
Sure.
for everyone. So all of y'all, I need you to unmute if you could, please. And we're just gonna work our way through the line. And they're gonna be like, so I try to like, this is a topic that continues to come up, and I try to do journal club on a regular basis to talk about how to read papers, how to think more critically about things. Shit be hella weird. What's everybody's level of I can handle hearing some really fucked up shit? Almost poison ivy. One at a
Depends
time,
on.
please. Almost poison ivy. Can you? All right.
I think they're asleep. They're sleeping.
Archidox. Can you? What's your like? Oh, I can totally listen to like, because like, as you guys know, I am like the exact opposite of an optimist. I'm not a pessimist. I'm just like, no, we're gonna just let's
You're a
shotgun
pragmatist.
up.
I mean, I'm a
Uh,
pragmatist too, so
I'm
here we are.
okay. Artem, can you handle a journal club that is everything's going to hell and this is what hell looks like?
Well, kind of depends on what kind of hell, but in general, yes.
Okay. B.
Yep. Um,
Kind of pretty messed up things.
yep.
Crow. Hamgil.
I'm
Sorry.
all for it.
Say what?
I'm all for it.
You're
He's
for
all
it.
for this weakness.
Kind of, y'all's are kind of glitchy. It's probably my internet.
I forgot I was muted. I'm fine with it. I guess. Like I don't quite
Okay.
know what it entail, but like it'd probably be fine.
Some people are answering in chat. Not everyone got a working microphone, I guess.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, we're all for it, y'all.
Anarchy, you'll handle it.
Yep.
Yep. Sai.
Isn't that why we're here?
I mean,
Right.
Not wrong.
if you guys didn't note the whole theme of the entire corporation, yes. But I need to make sure that I'm just not going to make a whole bunch of people cry.
Well, I can't promise I won't cry, but I'm a big boy.
Do you have someone to give you a hug? Do you have a stuffy? Yeah, I have stuffed lamb.
Well, I might be going on a limb here, but I'm pretty sure that everybody in this channel and everybody in this Discord is fully aware of what's transpiring. Nobody's going into this with their eyes closed, I think.
I think you're probably right, but best to check.
Very true.
Yeah, nope, it's always good to check. Also, I have a background in geological history, so
Oh, fun.
the concept of, oh, we're going into this with our eyes open doesn't mean the same thing to me that it means to you. So I do have to double check.
Thanks, Gills.
Yeah. All right, cool. So, are there more questions about the paper? I want to know more.
Actually, yeah. Did anybody else have any more questions? I think the last comment I saw was about about Gabriel being the king of shrimp and toasted banana. And
Where is this comment thread?
Oh, it's in the journal club.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in Journal Club. Okay, I was looking at. Okay.
Sorry, it just kind of happened there. We just kind of ran with it. I know we probably should have used like the no mic channel or something, but yeah.
I have a question.
Sure.
So the arcologies, they would basically be laid out like old European cities where they were made to be walked, so you can walk everywhere, quite close.
Yes, they would be laid out in a similar fashion where like it would be kind of like a neighborhood, something kind of like this. We've got clear walkability paths definite delineations between different arcology spaces. I generally imagine it as being like one giant neighborhood where the arms are, and that you could walk through each of the arms to the other arms, and you could experience like the different sections of the arcology. But it's definitely something that has to be walkable. No cars. It's really really important to emphasize that the arcology is not a space for vehicles. I recognize that there's a need for vehicles, but not within the arcology. This needs to be a space without that.
What about vehicles
So
like bikes and skateboards?
Is anyone here from Italy? Are there any Italians?
Croatia's close
Hello.
enough.
Okay. Have you ever been to Cinque Terre?
No.
Okay. So there's a region in Italy called Cinque Terre. It's about as close to the original concept of an arcology as you can get. It's very small. It's built over a river, and then they have altered these steep mountains to become farmland. And Cinque Terre stands for it's Italian for 5 Earths, because there's 5 cities and it's in a very small region. It's beautiful, blah 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 blah. But what's interesting is that they built bridges over this river that ran to the ocean, and then they can just continued to build bridges until they basically covered the river, and then they built the city on top of the river. And they have a parking lot outside. If you go to visit, they have a parking lot outside of the city, and they're just like, yeah, this is a no car zone. We're not going to redesign our city for vehicles. So they had originally built the city for people and for farmers, nestled in between these cliffs, and then they were like, yeah, this is the shit. And you know what? It's really fucking awesome. Strongly suggest going. Also, if you're interested in arcologies, this is like basically the like if anyone knows this term,
Yes.
it's the model of arcology, where they have
Interesting.
integrated an entire city into a valley across a river to make it completely sustainable and human habitable. So, sorry, just like kind of popped up in my head.
Totally fine. Witch Doctor, you had a follow-up question for me, and then Ollie, you had another question as well, right?
Valószínűleg látom, hogy néhány felszólalásnak sorry.
I forgot what I was going to say, but yeah, I'm very comfortable with the European small towns where you can walk everywhere. In Croatia, there's a lot of that in the cities where just pedestrian area where are no cars allowed, and that's very nice to live.
Yeah, I think it's super important to ensure that there is no car spaces for people. Like the city is for people, not for cars. Cars are not people. They should not be treated like people. They should not be given primacy of any kind. They are a mode of transportation, and that is all. So like, I feel very strongly about that because like,
Yeah, well, you tell that to California, buddy.
I know, I'm from California. I know. But it's still true, right? Like we still have to have our cities designed for people. Like that's a whole different thing. Ollie, you had a follow-up question too. What was your question?
Yeah, use of private vehicles like bikes or skateboards and things like that.
So I think those would be fine. I think that bicycles you probably want to have external to the arcology and like the outer spaces. I don't know if you'd need a bicycle inside, but I also think that it's possible that you could probably design the arcology with like bike spaces in mind. I don't see why you couldn't do that. Like the promenade is a large, wide open space. If you look up at the terminal image that I posted, so this is one of the uh, cruise line terminals in Singapore, And like you can see how wide this thing is, and they actually have bike spaces built into the sides of this curving lane here, and that's kind of what I pictured when you asked that question. I'm like, okay, so you could do something like that. Like that, I think would be a viable option. It also gives you enough space that you could have like I think it's about 10 people walking across without having any kind of like claustrophobia. And with a population of about
For
5,000 people, like this would give you enough room so that you would never feel like you're being overwhelmed or overcrowded. Because at any given time,
for
only a
people
third of
that live in the United States, Chicago is actually a really good example of
that. Yeah, actually, that is. Yeah,
yeah of proper bike usage.
Portland has some areas like that as well, but it's not as bike friendly as it used to be.
It wasn't built for it.
That's true. That's true.
So
Let's see.
I have a question. Once, but let everybody else's questions. I talk a lot.
Oh, let me take a look and see if there's any questions in the channel. Crow, have you all heard of those floating Aztec farms? That what hearing of this reminds me of. Actually, yes. So one of the things that I thought was really interesting about those floating farms was that they utilized like reeds and different kinds of organic systems like that to float all these different farms. It's really fascinating to me that they developed aquaculture like so many centuries ago. Like that's so cool to me. Like you think about this, you think about the floating the hanging gardens of Babylon, you think about like the aqueducts in Rome. Like the ancients were brilliant. I mean, they're no different than us, right? They were brilliant, and they came up with some really amazing solutions that were very low tech for the time. And like we can assimilate these types of solutions and we can utilize these to address the needs of arcology or even just general communities. Yeah, like it's just it's so cool to me that these things exist. And I think we should definitely pull from that ancient knowledge because like there's still things they could do that we can't. Like we still don't even know how the Romans made concrete. Like our imitation of concrete is like a shadow of what the Romans had. Like there's all this type of stuff that like we should definitely pull from and incorporate. That's a really cool image. Like this to me, I'm thinking solar punk when I see this.
Yeah. If anyone has something that they're interested in, I'm gonna like just again continuously reiterate. Please throw it into the to be sorted files. Like we're gonna have a basically a library sorting pizza party soon. But I really like when you find something cool, document it, throw it into the folders. Except for the new stuff that you guys have entered, I have read every single one of those goddamn papers, and like y'all's don't need to do that, but you do. Like contributing is important, even if it's just silently eating a file into the to be sorted folder. You know, there's papers that have been written
Yeah.
about those acts. Just kind of throw it in there. It's cool. You don't have to
Do
say
that.
anything. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to read every paper. Don't do that. It will hurt you. But get them in there because you never know what somebody else might want to see.
Speaking of which, we're gonna do a freaking help the to be sorted file out and library overall. Basically, there's gonna be like 10 files that some that are voluntary to just look at and change the titles and yeah, make perhaps add them to different folders in the to be sorted that is already there. That would be a great help.
Yeah,
I'll
we're
sort
gonna
of
we're gonna get it
yeah.
set up. We'll make a general announcement. So that'll just pop up. But yeah, we're gonna have a freaking dance party, rename files, cram them into folders, type of thing because
Yep.
there's a lot of material. You guys are learning a lot of stuff, and oh boy, There's a lot of stuff to learn.
Yep.
If I could jump in here, Artem actually had a really good point about how there are places around the world already that have like dorms, lecture halls, entertainment, food, open air spaces, etc. Like we see that here in the United States as well with our universities, as well as with industrial campuses like the Intel campus, Apple, Google.
Yeah, especially those
Right. These are all
innovation
places.
spaces.
These are all places that I'm pulling from to build the modern arcology. These are proof of concept,
Right.
right? These things exist. We know they work. We know they can work. What we're doing with the arcology is we are reducing the complexity to reduce the cost, to increase the viability of it. And we're also taking this away from capital as these places of opulence and extremacy and turning it into a thing that houses people in a holistic fashion, in a human fashion. We're making them sustainable. Like you could probably take like the Apple HQ and you could strip it of all its crap and you could probably turn that into a reasonable habitable space. Probably about I'd actually say about 5 to 6,000 people, maybe 10,000 people if you push it. But you could do that with that space, with that structure, because it's designed
Yeah.
intelligently, at least reasonably intelligently. So like that's the kind of thing that I'm using as my examples. Like we
But
know
would
we
it
can do
like
this.
Yeah.
Somebody else had a question. I know somebody else was saying
Artem,
something.
did you have something?
no?
Okay. Somebody was trying to say something. I have a question, but I'm still waiting for other people to talk because I just refuse to shut up.
Well, I too am a talker, so don't worry.
So I just dived. Oop. No, you go first. Other person go first.
No, you can go first, please. Sorry.
Oh my god, you nerds. Just go.
Okay. So almost poison ivy, go ahead and go first, then Eric go next because I'm going alphabetical. There.
All right, sounds.
Okay, so you would talk about water shortage and how we're gonna sort this from like desalination
Oh
or
yeah, I forgot about
anything
that.
else.
I forgot it. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so the problem with water is like unless you build coastal, you can't access desalination. So if like let's say you don't have a choice, you're someplace in Africa or you're someplace in the United States even, and you're coastally locked and you're like in the middle of the Midwest and that's not an option. How do you get water? We're facing huge
Wait, whoa.
drought.
I'm in the middle of the Midwest. Our biggest climate issue is too much rainfall, quote unquote. We don't have any problems with water here. I live next to literally 5 giant lakes.
Well, is Oklahoma experiencing record drought?
Yeah. That
I should clarify sometimes because I keep forgetting that the Midwest
Yeah,
is
you should.
massive area.
That's what I'm poking at here.
Yeah, okay. So I'll clarify and say places like Oklahoma, Arizona, Utah, California are all experiencing massive record-breaking droughts, and water is becoming more and more scarce. The Colorado River, if for anybody who doesn't know, the Colorado River is the primary water source for these areas, and it's drying up. So what do you do if you're located in the middle of Utah, which for people who, again, are not familiar with the United States, is mostly desert? There are areas that are not
It
desert.
sucks.
It's dry, it's humid, it's arid, it's not exactly the most habitable area. So how do you get water? If we look at the way that the ancient Indians used to do this, they utilized a system of evaporation to collect water through dewdrops. We can utilize the same kind of system, but like we're still facing the problem of drawing moisture from the air, which is itself an energy intensive process. I don't really have a solution to that. And as far as I know, there really isn't a solution to that. Water
What
scarcity
about dew
is
nets?
Yeah, that's part of the water evaporation collection system. Like, it's still a system that relies entirely upon water vapor in the air. And like, if the area is experiencing huge amounts of aridity, like, I don't know if that's sufficient to address water needs. I don't know if that's sufficient to address crop water needs. I don't know. Like, I do know
There's
though that
also the whole maybe there's just places that human beings shouldn't live.
that's true. I mean,
Mhm.
we're also facing that as a possible reality too. But at the same time, if we look at things like, repairing the deserts or reclaiming the deserts, like something that Isaac Arthur has talked about many, many times,
Mhm.
like we can definitely do that with the right amount of technology and the right amount of energy. But like for our purposes here, I think that we're probably going to be best off staying close to the coasts if we can, because I don't know if
Or
there is
passive
a viable water
systems.
solution to address our needs. If anybody does have any kind of answers about water that does not just depend upon desalination, then please share that, because I have not been able to find anything that would address large scale populations. I'm going to take a look at chat real
It's
quick.
like I have a small idea because the first thing is like find water, then is recycling it. The finding water part, and I think is most the difficult one that are just like with trucks that can do that. So I think it's very hard to transport water. I think that's the worst part. But about the good part is like here in Brazil we have a thing called Embrapa. That's a state-owned enterprise that is focused on agricultural researches, but they also do researches in small facilities like small houses that are very, very isolated from big cities, and they are finding ways to treat sewage and gray waters and a lot of things that are easy accessible for them, are low cost, and they can recycle water every time. Like in the first part, you have biodigesters for the black waters, and then you get the rich nutrient water that came out, and the other gray waters. They do a banana circle. They put in the middle a pipe that leads to a lot of straw, hay, and logs. And the bananas basically they suck a lot of water from the soil and just put in the air after. So I think a way to use this as a filtration method from water, we can like do a couple where just a lot of plants, they are like herbs that suck a lot of water. They are very water needed, and start to harvest it from basically his air. Like
That's
I'm
They
gonna
interesting.
try to
create
find
they
the
create
image.
microclimates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I
So
dive in
this
on
Yeah.
this?
is yeah.
I'm like a nerd on a lot of these things, so I'm going to rant a bit. But first off, is this like just talking about the arcology thing, or is this journal club? Or I arrived late, so I don't want to like go off the wrong end of the deep end.
This is still Journal Club.
All right, but anywho, one of the groups I work with, it's called Open Source Ecology. I probably plugged it somewhere, but they do a lot of stuff on trying to build either self-sufficient or somewhat self-sufficient. You know, all the buzzwords, but like open source hardware. And one of the ones was on housing. They made anaerobic biodigester that's based in the type of things they put diesel fuel in. I forget what the word is. It's some sort of boat container, but it's like those cubes of wire with like the bag inside. But so anaerobic digester for that. You got your what's it, constructed wetlands and all that for processing the effluent and gray water. And that's still kind of under development. But on the note of plant thing, I think that already exists somewhat. It's called a saltwater greenhouse, I think the term is. I'll grab the Wikipedia page right now. But you basically humidify an area with the plants, like what's the word, like transpiration or whatever, and yeah, you basically create kind of a microclimate. That's kind of more the desert greening side of things, but you can definitely utilize that. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's really just about like so how do we deal with this? And it's like, well, you take a shit ton of biomass and you dump it on the ground, and then you grow small plants, and then you get your pioneer species, and then your pioneer species make bigger things, and like it, there is no magic here. There's no special technology that's required. It's like literally if you just took all of your compost and dumped it in your backyard, you would have tiny forest.
This is
Like
interesting.
I've got random ass fucking plants. Like I have so many goddamn tomatoes. I'm like, okay, I didn't plant any of these. I'm like, there's a tomato bush the size of a V-dub fucking car in my backyard. Because I dumped it there with a bunch of coffee grounds and, some leftover brownies and like half of a fucking steak that went a little sour. And then, a raccoon ate that steak and then it shat on everything. Boom. Bonus compost. And now I've literally got a squash bush that is climbing up a 15-meter tall maple tree. I'm like, okay, cool. I see a squash. One day this squash will fall and kill me. Like it doesn't need to be that hard. You just need to take the things that you take out of the system and put them back in.
And that's actually really interesting because I've seen some really great examples of individuals and small families. This is something I talked about earlier actually, where they went and they simply regrew whole forests. They regenerated entire biosphere ecosystems in their region, and they took pictures of what it looked like before, and they were always like these arid soils and damaged locations, and they spent their lives rebuilding them into these really fabulous, complex ecosystems, like full-blown forests with running streams and the whole thing. And like their knowledge and expertise was really fantastic. And I've seen a number of videos, and I was trying to find this one that I had in mind. This man who spent his entire life, 45 years, regrowing this forest in Texas, and he said that like he did it as just something to do over a summer, and it became his life's work. And like it proves that if we have the will, that we can definitely do this, and we can do this in areas we didn't think we could, so long as we have the ability to generate those types of microclimates, because that's going to be the most important part. I think it's definitely achievable.
This is one of the reasons that like I've been debating with Diego about the whole drone thing, is because like hands-on is important. Like you have to participate with the world.
Yeah.
If you don't participate with the world, and this is another reason that I'm like adverse to the enthusiasm of 3D printing your environment. I'm like, yeah, like you just think that it's there for you. And so you take and you take and you take. And it's like when you put your hands on the thing and place it on the ground, then you know that it's real.
That does tie into
Otherwise,
the discussion about the 3D printer. I can see why you have the
yeah,
perspective about it.
yeah.
That's going to be
You
a
have
big
to
conversation in and of
feel it.
itself,
And
I
so
think.
this was my question. Did you talk about the concept of pastoralism and the green cities from
No,
1901?
no, I didn't. I didn't bring those into the
Because
conversation.
that's where this will end up going. If
Probably.
it's not personal, it's like suburbia exists because people were trying to do what we consider arcologies or solar punk back in the 1900s, the early
Well,
1900s.
I mean, it also got co-opted by capitalism. So, like, if we look at the
It didn't
whole
get
thing,
co-opted by capitalism. It got co-opted by people that didn't want to do the work.
Well, no, they also focused on the car. How are we fully automated luxury queer anarcho space communism without the fully automated aspect? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but you kill off all the macro predators, and then you don't have anything that eats the bunnies, and then the bunnies eat your perfectly cute little lawn, and then you gotta kill off all the bunnies, and then you gotta mow the lawn. And
But why
then,
does my 3D printer kill the damn bunnies? I don't get this. You have something against 3D printers?
because it doesn't work yet. Because
Yeah,
the
sure.
It's not
Sure.
Star Trek. We're not at Star Trek. We're not at Star Trek, and until we get to Star Trek, Until we get to Star Trek, we have to live in reality.
Let me go.
That's my question. So how do you stop these arcology systems from basically turning into suburbia, sterile environments
Destroy the car.
they're actually destroyed, like ecologically destroyed, because it's just too much fucking work. Because fully automated isn't a thing.
Well,
It's a dream. No,
so
it's dream.
no,
It's
wait,
not
wait,
a thing.
This goes back into what I talked about earlier about minimalism. And really, if we look at both solar punk and the overall concepts of minimalism, like the objective of the arcology is not, and I want to emphasize this, not to maintain the current lifestyles of most people in Europe, America. Like, we can't. We simply can't. We don't have the resources. Our planet can't withstand this. So the
It's also
arcology,
unhealthy.
well, yeah, and it's also horribly unhealthy for you. There's a host of things, of really complex topics that all segue into this consumption ethic, right? So let's just bottle all that up, throw it aside, and say the arcology itself is by design supposed to reinforce minimalism. It's by design meant to do this. It's not supposed to be something that just reinforces your current luxury lifestyle. You can't just pick up your room or your house and go slap it in arcology and expect to be able to maintain those systems with the same level that you have previously. Like, you won't be able to go down to the mall and go buy a new computer just because you can, because you feel like it. Like, this is going to be something that's very different in terms of lifestyle from what we're used to because of the necessity of it. Like, it's not necessarily starting all over and destroying everything. It's changing the mode with which we exist. Like, do we need all of these things? Those are the questions we have to ask ourselves. Do we need Walmart? Do we need Target? Do we need the big giant shopping center? Or do we just need this? Or do we just need that? Like, those are the kinds of questions that we generate. And because space is something that's going to be defined by the people who live in the arcology, like, something else that I actually had a friend talk about was what happens if McDonald's wants to buy the entire first floor of your arcology? How do you stop that? And I was like, well, that's actually a really good question because technically speaking, if all the dwellings are $12,000 and the open shop floors are open to the community, you really technically can't stop them unless the community itself has the capacity to dictate who can and cannot purchase or control, specific areas of their ecology. Because if the inhabitants themselves dictate that this is what they want, then they drive what the ecology becomes. And I don't think it's possible to stop some of the arcologies from becoming corporate, hellholes. I don't think it's possible to stop that. I don't think it's possible to stop capitalism from capitalizing on the arcology either. But I do think it's possible for strong enough communities to exist that fight back against that kind of hyperconsumerism. Because there's enough of us now on the planet who recognize the need for newness, the need for change, the need for new ideas, that we would collectively gather together. Because, like, think about it this way: if one of these ecologies existed with this mentality, this ideology, how many of us right now would want to move there and live there and participate in that community? Like, if that was a viable option for us right this second, how many of us would want to live there? And then multiply that by 10 or 20 or 30, because how many people in our generations would want to move there? How many people who would be willing to just uproot themselves and abandon their current lives because it's hell, to go find and try something else because at least there's a chance for something better? Like, that's probably really idealistic of me, but I've talked with many, many people across my life, and like, I always hear the same kinds of things. I always hear people say, "Well, there's no point. My life is horrible. It's just da 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 da." Like, and I always think, if people had the chance, the opportunity, maybe they would really leap at it. Like, if you absolutely knew with total certainty that this was something that worked, and that this was something you could go to, and this was a place that you could literally live in, why wouldn't you? I mean, again, probably idealism of me, but that's my thinking.
Uh, uh, I, I agree with you, right? Because right now it's so much harder for you to live an alternative life. For example, for me, if, I would like to live in a bigger area with more opportunities for me to grow stuff and things like that, to be more sustainable, let's say. But for that, I need my own area because right now I live in the middle of the city. I don't, I barely can make compost, right? So it's very hard to be sustainable when you live in the middle of the city. I'm young, I don't have much money, but if you had it working right, it built, let's say, it definitely would attract many people, even as not necessarily built for beginning, but definitely many people would want. Seriously, there's a bunch of people that are desperate for something different.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of the feel I get more often than not when I have conversations with people is this desperation. It's like it's almost instinctive desperation, like this need to get out, like you feel
Yeah,
trapped, like you're in a box. There's no escape. But like this would be escape, right? And like I think
like
I think
I
that kind of
I
energy.
I have seen a person I know on the internet, and she bought a free hectares. I don't know if hectares is a international term. I will search how many kilometers square that is.
I'm familiar with
I
what hectares are.
Just
I think it's 10,000 meters square. I think it's about that size.
yeah, it's very big. So the minimum land that she can buy for plants and stuff. I mean, you can buy a smaller one, but it's much more expensive, right? When you start to buy to this that you really want, like into huge areas, the minimum is 3 hectares. So, and that's a lot for a family to work on. Like that's 10,000 square meters. That's 30,000 square meters. So it's fucking a huge work.
Yeah.
How you gonna do that? And
Well,
then you can just go there because you don't have the plants going. So you need to have a work there, and you have internet there because you need to work and you need to have internet and
mhm.
communication. So it's very, very, very hard today. But if you had that working, I mean, if I could live there, if many people that I know could live there, they would. The limitation would be the money, but that's one of the focus of you should be able to have a work.
Mhm. Definitely. Like one of the things that I've been thinking of to help with the whole, the sheer amount of work required would be automation. I know that's a touchy topic for many, many people, and I know that it's difficult to kind of look at the reality of what automation is going to do to our economies, to our environments, to our daily lives. But like things like FarmBot and things like drones, I think that we can incorporate these technologies successfully within the arcology environment, not for the sake of productivity and profit, but for the sake of making our lives easier, as it's meant to be, right? Like the technology is meant to make our lives easier.
I have
Yeah,
a
yeah, I agree completely. Automation is either going to go, everyone's just homeless and living in like what's the word? Yeah, like cyberpunk hell, or it will be what it should be, which is making it so people aren't doing jobs like I did for a bit here, where you're just like stocking shelves or like very repetitive, or not even repetitive, but just things you aren't really
Right.
utilizing your skills. But yeah, I posted a link that I think is quite relevant to these kind of discussions. I put it in I was making a page on new urbanism on the OSC wiki, and I was just looking for links, and I found this one. It's interesting. They were talking about the need for retrofittable solutions because they were talking about how a lot of these kind of ideas just lead to more urban sprawl. Because like yeah, you'll like buy up a new area and build your new whatever. And it's maybe not bad, but it's just a very odd thing because I don't know quite about how you would go about retrofit solutions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if a place is designed for the car and like how you go about that. But it was a very interesting take that I think is worth to consider.
I was actually browsing it. It's the thing with the arcology that I'm personally kind of trying to struggle around is like I don't really know where to put it. Like the first one is probably going to be the most important one because it's going to prototype and it's going to be the one that like everybody kind of looks at and goes, "Oh, well, does it work? What's the problem? Will it work?" All that stuff. Ideally, what I would prefer to see is I would prefer to see like these giant empty high-rise luxury condos be demolished and replaced with arcologies. I would love to see that happen in cities because like here in Portland, there's a whole neighborhood that's notorious for this. Like the half of them are empty. Like there's no point, and they're like worth millions of dollars, and they just sit there. Like demolish those and replace it with this, or if you can retrofit them to be Arcology or Arcology like, or take Arcology systems. Like the
So
Arcology itself can be built like anywhere on the planet, theoretically. Like if like this is something I talked about earlier too, is that like if you were to make it airtight, if you were to make it a completely sealed environment, you could stick that under the ocean. You could stick that in the Arctic. You could stick that in the intense desert region. So long as you had the right systems in place to address the needs of the community, like if you had the right energy systems, if you had those things in place, you could definitely do
I
that.
mean, easier said than done.
Very true. Way easier said than actually done. I'm sure it would be much more of a Leviathan process than actually building the first Arcology itself. Like that would be kind of a why would you do this kind of a thing. But like its design is meant to be accommodating for location. Like that's the objective.
okay, so is my mic off or?
It's on.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So Detroit, pretty
Yeah.
fucking great at being a proto arcology. Places where people bought an entire neighborhood and then blocked off the street and turned it into raised beds. Yeah, it's a thing. Like
Detroit's actually a really interesting example because like I remember back in 2008 when the economy crashed and huge swaths of the city became foreclosed on and abandoned because like all their factories were shut down and basically the local economy collapsed. And it's actually a really interesting kind of analysis because I know that the mayor
it's a test bed for collapse.
Yeah, it really is. It's a test bed for collapse.
So the
really
city that I live in is South Bend.
Oh.
Which is known for Notre Dame and used to be known for Singer sewing machines and Studebaker cars, which were like the American version of Rolls Royce, and a bunch of other stuff. Like one of the major brick manufacturers in this whole region. So this place used to be hot fucking business until about 1960 when it collapsed. And so it's just been holding on. Hey, our late mayor tried to run for president even. So this is like, this is next collapse central. And this area also used to be smack dab in the middle of one of the most ecologically rich areas of North America. So like, I look out my back window and it's a tiny forest. I've only been here a year. My dream is actually like, hey, I want to have some quail. Turns out I'm not allowed to have quail.
Yeah, same in Portland. Can't have quail
Yeah.
or chickens. It's just like, oh, great, okay.
No, I can have chickens. I can have up to 6 chickens, but no roosters. But I'm not allowed to have any fowl, Fowl, which is every other bird other than chicken for some reason. But
you're kind of segueing on zoning. I posted a picture, I think, in both of the voice and video chat and the journal club thing. But it was from what was the group? Yeah, no, kind of like goofy new urbanism, but it was talking about something that was illegal due to zoning and something that was subsidized, and kind of how we could potentially, as a drop-in thing, kind of like what you're saying with Detroit, kind of slide into the subsidized housing area, the low-income housing, where maybe it's not some skyscraper arcology with the Star Trek 3D printer, but it's relatively self-sustaining, affordable housing that you can drop into an area.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
I've been told that I'm not allowed to use the B word, which is bamboo.
I love bamboo. Who doesn't?
It's a great material.
Bast doesn't, because you're not allowed to plant bamboo next to really angry neighbors.
Oh yeah, and it's low key an invasive species. Like I think you have to like very much so make it doesn't spread depending on the type. Some of the types,
Right.
like if you don't watch it, it will like invade.
So my backyard is basically a tiny micro food forest, and it's only been a year. Now, if I had the house behind me, the house next to me, and the house next to, if I basically had the entire grid, and then we ripped out the fences, like, that's step one. And then you start building. Like, you don't just be like, I need big money, I'm gonna smack down a fucking Arcology. It's like, I don't know, do you even know how to garden? Let's just try this out and start sort of like step our way through this thing. We have to take the baby steps.
Do we have the time to take the baby steps? That's my counter to that, because
you're not capable of doing it otherwise. Every time we have
Grassroots
tried
movements.
every time we have tried to not take the baby steps, we have fucked things up. Every time we're like, I'm gonna make a grand gesture, and we're like, yeah, that didn't, yeah. So we need a lot of people, instead of making big movements, and I'm still super pro Arcology, but it needs to be sequential, and therefore it does become exponential. Yes, it rhymes, therefore it's true. Like, you have to take the steps. What you need are more people taking the small steps. You
That's
have
what
to
we've
take the
needed
little
for over
consistent.
20 years, and it's not happening.
Yeah,
it's never going
right.
to happen.
Well,
So
just hurting
if-
cats. I mean,
right, you're basically just trying to herd cats if you try to take small steps and encourage.
Well, no,
people to take
I feel
small
like
steps, because
that's
people won't do it. People won't give
that's
up their luxury life.
How the fuck did you end up on this channel?
Magic.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, no, like,
yeah,
I'm not
think
saying
about that. You think about that. You think about that. And you think about my projects.
But is this stuff that will distribute throughout the entire planet, or is this stuff that's just localized to us? Like, if,
Well,
if we're
if
talking
it's gonna
about
distribute-
making small steps,
Us is the entire
then
planet.
we
If
have
it's
to
going to
recognize-
distribute through the entire planet, it needs to be low tech.
well, yeah, two things. You have to get enough people. Like I was writing about this on OSC, like tipping points of, because even just word of mouth, like to get people aware of said concept, you need to kind of have stuff happening. So just like, yeah, like you said, the whole garden thing, or like maker spaces or local clubs at schools and stuff, that's a lot of it, just because you have to kind of raise awareness of concepts, get people thinking, get people aware. But yeah, also, so yeah, the subsidized housing thing, but then also UN sustainable development. It's not like 100% ecology, but a lot of it is kind of stuff of, hey, maybe in very rural India or rural Africa, maybe instead of like devouring areas for farming and burning, we could do a bit of like sustainable agriculture and use like charcoal and gasifying stoves and stuff like that. So like those areas are kind of a way to push into. And I know like some of you are kind of anti-networking, but things like Engineers Without Borders, locally we have Habitat for Humanity, which builds low-income housing. I'm trying to get networked with that. Because, I mean, like I was looking up selling power back to the grid. Like if instead of guzzling power, if it produces either neutral or actually surplus, or then like little gardens and greenhouses in the backyard, or like Gabe was saying, like kind of like make the area a bit less of dead zone and more so like actual organisms living there, and just kind of getting all that going. And then there's enough awareness, and then once like I forget that I was trying to do the numbers of like percentages of people you need to have before you can start doing crazy stuff, but like once you get kind of that core group going of aware people and people doing small stuff, then you could be like, okay, huge project time, get some funding and interest and stuff. But if you're just kind of random person coming out of the blue, like, hello, I have crazy project, and people are like, what's a farm? What's a plant? Like what was it, like Wally or something? So yeah, you kind of do baby steps and then do the crazy stuff once you have enough backing and reputation and
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed, but we're still struggling on the whole, hey, everybody organize your documents that you put into the library. So I don't know about building megastructures as being like on my short list of things that are going to happen in the near future.
Aw, you don't think we can build a mega structure tomorrow?
No, we do the SpaceX strategy where we say we're gonna do it fucking tomorrow, and then we're like, second thought, action. Oh
But
god.
to be honest, building this, no, like I mean, sorting those files in the library is actually gonna be the first baby step mega structure, I'd say, because it's massive. I don't know if y'all have seen it. Like, have you seen the size of, well, basically the huge list of files that are in there? I mean, it's yeah, okay. Anyways.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
that's definitely a good
poor
point.
Aniki here is just like has decided to take on that task, and he's just like, oh god, what have I done?
It's massive.
And that's just organizing documents.
I recognize that this is something that would be considered to be a Leviathan project under any other normal circumstances.
Yeah.
And I also recognize that, like, if you look at airport design, for example, that typically takes about 1,000 to 2,000 engineers working collaboratively to make that happen. Like, I know that this is something that would be monumental. I recognize that. But I also
It's a
recognize that this is
cathedral
something that,
project.
Well, no, like the people are out there though. Those 1,000 people, they're out there. We find them and shove them in, like the herding cats thing. Like, I mean, the other group I work with, open source ecology, they're literally like one single device you need to run a town was open source and easily buildable. Like, that is a huge ass fucking task. The timeline is like hugely stretched out, but I mean, you eventually get there. And the biggest thing too is once you get people, if you got one developer working on it, it's essentially impossible. If you somehow gather up like every major university in your area, or get a bunch, like what's the thing for engineering? I know like occasionally they'll do cool projects as well. Like, I don't, it's almost like a thesis paper, but like hands on. So they're like, oh yeah, I built a
like,
bicycle with a hydraulic drive chain, or like if you get people, how about you make system whatever for this semi self-sustaining house for your project? Or what if you figure out how to do all sorts of chemistry, but instead of with petrochemicals you do it with like biosourced petrochemicals? Or like you can just kind of get that going, get actual teams going on it, and then you gradually build up, and next thing you know you have piles of developers, piles of funding, and you those monumental projects are just like an airport. You're like, yeah, we got the people, we got the money.
This is why I was pushing the concept of modular systems when we were first opening up our Arcology channel. And I'm like, okay, you guys got to think smaller. You got to think more modular. We're going to talk about little pieces that fit together, because you can't get people to sit on big ideas. You can get people to get excited about their own little thing. Every single one of you is excited about your own little thing. And you're going to get excited about something else. And you're probably even going to be like, hey, this is maybe an opportunity for collaboration or whatever. And then you're going to go back to the thing that you want. This is just the nature of things. So how do we leverage this? We make it modular. We make it do smaller pieces. We start talking about infrastructure. We don't talk about the giant overall scape. We talk about the individual pieces. What is the thing that one of you can make that just snaps in like a Lego piece? If everybody just builds one Lego, there's already enough people on this chat that we can make a little Lego castle. But everybody has to build their own Lego. So I think that's the core conversation that needs to happen about arcologies, is not the macro scale, because we're great at doing macro. We need to talk about the micro. We need to talk about the personal.
I think like that kind of lends to itself with the overall concept. Because like, to me, the design should encourage that kind of behavior. Like if someone is interested in the arcology, and like let's just say for the sake of argument that this design is actually like done in an intelligent and you know a professional fashion with expertise behind it. Like let's say you're uh, an aquaponics specialist and you see this, you can go, oh well, okay, that's interesting. What kind of systems does this need? What kind of systems does this use? And that can tie into that through that modularity that you talked about. Because like when I think of modularity, I tend to think of like actual like I guess macro scale, like you said. Um, but you're talking about microscale modularity and a microscale incorporation, where each individual or small group of people contributes to the overall design, right? The overall structure. Gabriel?
Yeah.
Hmm. But like you guys also make some really good points about the zoning and zoning laws and stuff.
Sorry, muted. Yes, yeah. I'm talking about even smaller. I'm literally thinking about things that you can hold in your arms.
Oh, other Gabe.
Oh, yes, that Gabe. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm torn between like that kind of thinking and the macro scale thinking because I spent my whole life, literally, literally, man, my whole life attempting to encourage that kind of thinking, and I've had almost no success, no macro scale success, especially. But even in my own community, like I'm still sitting here, still preaching the same thing 20 plus years later, and nothing's being done. In fact, actually, things are worse. So, like the idea of the micro
You
scale
gotta get
thinking,
the baby steps and all that. You gotta get the. You
Right.
gotta kind of build
This
up. You
is
can't be like, here is skyscraper. You have to be like,
is
okay,
that a
this is how
skyscraper?
I-beams work. And
Is that a skyscraper?
yeah. This is like we've
But
never
yeah,
had a sit down conversation where I'm talking about my macro scale thinking. So I feel you. I really do.
mhm.
And the reason that I'm breaking everything down into the most micro possible is because you can't preach macro. It doesn't work. People don't feel macro. They feel on their scale.
I know.
And and what they feel is how they act. You can't tell them, hey, 100 years from now, this is going to be really awesome, because they're going to be like, I'm going to be dead. And it's like, that doesn't matter. Like, you can't, like, preaching macro doesn't work. You have to talk to people on an individual, personal level. It needs to be personal. You make a brick.
Or yeah, also just like that, the question of like disinterested person of how does it affect me? Like I don't know. I keep on going back to open source ecology. A lot of this relates, and you should read up more on them, and it's great to geek out on. But like for instance, instead of being like, here's open source community being like, oh, are you sick and tired of your like what's it like yeah, like a drill breaks or something and you can't fix it, or like right to repair stuff. You're like, hey, what if we make tool A or device A that right to repair and it's nice and modular, stuff like that. But then you're like, what if we make the entire system of these tools modular? They're like, what if we make this entire workspace modular? You just kind of build up a theory. What if you make the entire town modular? But yeah, because like the how does it affect me is the biggest question for disinterested people that you kind of have to master. Because I mean, if they're just like, oh, it doesn't affect me, some long-term pie in the sky thing, but like if you gradually build up to that, eventually they can be like, oh, this does affect me. It's just a lot of steps.
We are small creatures with small lives and small perspective. And even the biggest dream, and this is why I said it's a cathedral project. You called it a Leviathan project, and I said it's a cathedral project because we have elements of society that allow us to build giant things over time, knowing that we'll never see them done. Notre Dame, most cathedrals, in fact. And
One in Barcelona.
yeah. And so this is how Like, this is the type of stewardship, because arcologies tie into this whole concept of, like you said, being filters, helping the environment. I mean, that's how they were designed. Regenerative. And so it's not for you. And so you have to think bigger than you, but you also have to inspire people on a personal level. Like, that's just part of it.
I mean, I recognize that this will never appeal to the entirety of humanity. I know that. I know that for a fact. There are going to be people who look at this recoil and horror at the idea of ever giving up even the slightest, slimmest luxury in their lives. They just won't. They will refuse to.
See this, and this, you're already shutting things out. That's not true, because you have not broken it into smaller pieces. Everything that you need exists. It's just you need to talk to people in their place. You have to talk to people in the place that makes them comfortable. You can't be like, and then here's this big plan. And they're like, yeah, that's freaking me out, dude. You got to be like, look, I need bricks. Or I need a 3D printer nozzle. Or, so plumbing. Tell me more about plumbing. Plumbing is going to always be the nightmare. And, there's actually a really cool, like, small chunk of Tumblr that talks about something called Ponix Punk. And it's just about, like, how people, like, this person has worked in an aquaponics lab for a really long time. And so they're like, okay, like, solar punk is all, like, pretty and glamorous and, kind of an Art Deco thing, which is kind of colonialism, but we're just going to let that slide. But real regenerative architecture requires water and algae, and it's gooey, and so
yeah, I talked about that actually earlier.
Biofilm.
Yeah, biofilms.
Why are all the pipes and pumps clogged?
Right. So these people, you don't have to sell them on the big deal. You got to sell them on their passions. And most people's passions are small and personal. And you know what? That's okay, because we are small, personal individuals.
I think you have to sell them on both. I think if you really want people to be invested in this, you have to sell them both on the macro scale and on the micro scale. Because if people don't understand what the place is in the actual project, they won't really understand. They won't grasp what the meaning of it is. But it does.
They don't
because
have
if you don't
to.
feel
They don't have to.
invested in it,
Do you
then why would you
grasp
want to
how
participate?
politics works?
Yes.
Do you grasp how politics? Do you really grasp how politics works? Do you grasp how the economic system is actually working? Do you think most people do? Do we still participate even though we don't mostly grasp how this thing works? You don't actually need to understand every piece of the system. You just need to understand the piece that you're passionate about.
And
that should be okay. And that should be okay.
I agree. I do. I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad
so
thing
why
to
stuff it
incorporate-
down their throats?
And you're like the great plotter, and someone else can be the great designing all the specific infrastructures, and then just kind of like throwing things out, or someone else can do like the whole, like, I don't know, like Emma Goldman grabbing the people's hearts.
Yeah, like that's kind of how I envision it too.
Yeah.
This idea of a collaborative endeavor. Like I know from my
Which
perspective
means
that I
they
don't
don't
have the
actually
expertise.
have to know.
Well,
yeah, I mean, you just need hands half the time. You don't need everyone to be the world's greatest philosopher or ethicist.
The number of fucking times that I have said when somebody's like, "What do you need for the lab, Gabriel?" I need more hands. I need intelligent people with hands. That's it. I feel people
like
are like,
we're
"Hey,
saying
what
the
about
same
this
thing.
hustle?" We are, except you want it to be kumbaya.
Kumbaya
is how I feel. Yeah, it's a Buffy reference. My bad. Why Once
I
more
would
with
like
once
to
more with
see it
feeling.
kind of.
Everybody's gonna get their kumbayayas out.
Sorry, I don't know the reference.
It's there's a song called Kumbaya. You sing and it's like
Hippies.
It
Fucking
yeah,
hippies.
fucking hippies, man.
I see.
Everyone's just like they're all holding hands. Like this doesn't matter. Society doesn't actually work that way. Society works, and most great structures are built with people that have no idea what the fuck is going on. They're like,
except the schemers behind the scenes slowly moving them along.
No, not even that. Because it's not about tricks and traps either. Because that implies that there are actually people that are intelligent actors, and we all know that that's fucking stupid too. It's just people trying to do things. And you're like, hey, civil engineer, I just need to know the fucking gradient of this piece of land here. You don't need to sell that civil engineer on your parking lot or your Arcology or your house.
Parking lot?
Yeah. No, I just like I had a guy come in and install like a water softener in my basement the other week. And he's like, "Hey, can I move this shelf to put it here because this would be," and he's like starting to explain all of that shit to me, and I'm like, "Dude, I hired you because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Do your job, and I'll pay you an extra $100 just to not talk to me." And he was like,
"Who are you not harsh to?"
No one. He was like, but you know what he said? He's like, "You're the best client I've ever had." Okay, and I'm like, cool. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich now, and like that was it. And he did a great job, and I paid him, and we moved the fuck on. He didn't need to know about my needs, about shelving.
Let me ask you this. Let's say I walk up to you and I say, I need, you like Chitizen. So let's see, I need a Chitizen based window. Just throwing it out.
Cool. Yeah.
Now,
All
what's
right.
your buy-in for the overall project?
What's the what?
What's the buy-in for the overall project for you?
Like, are you literally like, we're not doing hypotheticals? Like, if you were just going to be like, make me a pane of Chitizen glass?
Yes.
I mean, you'd have to ask the right person. If you walk up to random
No,
person,
I'm asking Gabriel specifically. I'm asking.
No, he's explicitly asking me. He's explicitly asking me.
Him. What's your buy-in?
I don't know. Pay for the materials. Sure, that's easy. Okay.
Okay. Would there be any interest to know what the pane is for? Would you?
No, don't care.
Don't care. Okay. So from my perspective, how do I then incorporate your interest into the Arcology? How do I get you invested in that space?
I feel like Gabe is a bit of what would the word be, an anomaly.
That's specifically why I'm poking you. I feel like you would generate enough of a counter argument that I can then work off of and demonstrate that this can actually generate buy-in. So I want to know what you think. What do you think?
Right. This whole concept of buy-in, though. I don't believe in that.
I feel like how that would go.
I'm utilizing capital terminology, and I apologize for utilizing capital terminology, but it seems the most.
No, you don't have to apologize. It's just like it's not going to work.
What kind of language do you think would best describe that then? Because I think you understand my intent of that, but I'm curious what you think the language used would be better. So if it's not buy-in, participation, interest, what would be the better
I feel like they all kind of work.
Reduction of boredom.
Sure. We will consider it reduction of boredom. So how do I incentivize you to reduce your boredom levels by participating with me on Arcology? What would be the best way to approach
Then you tell me why it's going to be less boring to participate. That's it. I'm I'm easy like Sunday morning. Like all you have to do is make me interested.
Okay. So for you, it's about making you interested. So would that same approach then work with everybody else? Or would I have to tailor that approach with every person?
It actually does work with everyone else. They're just kind of bent because we've all been swimming in late stage capitalism. And so when people are like quote unquote interested, usually it's because they're, hey, my life really fucking sucks. And so if you give me money, then I'll participate. That's all. I mean, like
But
we
if that
can
was
see
true,
this.
then there wouldn't have been as many
Then
people interested in this conversation right now. We're
Well,
not looking to get every single person involved in this. We
oh
only need to
no,
generate
that's
enough
not
interest.
true. Like what you're seeing. Oh man, I'm gonna be a real huge jerk. I'm sorry, everyone. Interest
Wait now.
in my level of interest is participation.
Mine
Okay.
is instead
What you're seeing
confrontation.
is people watching. Hi, does anyone else want to speak up? Does anyone else want to talk about their
I'm not
actual
smart enough.
interests in participating in building an arcology?
I mean, kinda, but not really.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
with Gabe here. I would do it out of pure interest of how it would all work and fit together.
I'm not smart enough to weigh in on this.
Everyone is.
Yeah, just learning by osmosis. But I think I was kind of waiting for an opportunity to spit this out. But along the lines of how people would approach that question, I think you just have to kind of interests of the person. Like you wouldn't walk up to a random person and be like, "Give me Chita's window," and they'd be like, "It's a Chita's," and you're like, "Well," like, you know what I mean? Like walk up to
yeah,
like, "Well, let's build this really weird thing," or like walk up to like Maker and be like, "Okay, make some crazy kinetic art that we can put in this room," or walk up to like garden person and be like, "Oh, you make this super garden." Like you just kind of have to like tailor everything to each group.
The way I tend to
Right.
approach conversations with people is that I usually approach it from the micro perspective, like Gabriel was suggesting. I try to find what's their interest, what's their driving force, and then I try to find a way to tie that into the overall macro concept and go, well, that's really interesting because that ties into this, and this then ties into what you're interested in, and you see how that creates an ecosystem between each other. Like that's how I tend to approach conversations with people and try to create interest. Like it works, but I haven't figured out how to like create participation interest, like you were saying, Gabriel. Like I get people who always say, "This is a really great idea. You should let me know when you've got more for it," or things like that. But for people who actually
Exactly.
want to participate, it's still just me. And part of the reason why I have these types of conversations and why I have talked to so many people so far in so many different kinds of discourse and different communities is that I'm trying to find people who are interested in participating. Because again, I don't have the expertise. I have reached the limit of what I can do realistically. Like I can try and cobble together more art, I guess, but like besides that, I'm not sure how else to begin really approaching this. And like
Cool. So we've been talking about this for like a bazillion years. So I really want to hear. There's a bunch of other people that have decided to still stay and listen to this conversation, which is really
No,
just
but
like three of us yelling at each other. So
I'm sure they're
so
asleep.
I want to know and actually, say it in text form. Throw it into Journal Club or throw it into the Arcology channel. Like, how does this resonate? Like, what are you feeling? Are you actually interested, or are you just here because you like to watch people talk?
I think it's okay if people want to just watch and listen and
I think
observe.
it's okay too. I'm not here to validate people, though. That's not my job. But that's what I'm asking. I think this is an important question because you're not going unless you ask that question, you're never going to get the thing that you are looking for.
True, but I also never reached the end of my presentation.
I thought you hit question and answer when I showed up.
Sort of went in that direction before I had actually planned to, but I just rolled with it. I'm one of those flexible
As
types
it
of people.
goes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how it goes. But I think people should really throw into the Arcology channel about their thoughts and feelings about this concept and what they're willing to throw in or do. Like if somebody's like, "Hey, make me some chitas and windows," I'm like, I can do that.
Like for
They're
right
gonna
now,
be weird.
I think like
Though I could literally go and make a chitas and window right now.
that's why I said it.
Really?
That's why I said it. I have watched your videos, sir.
Yeah.
I know
Do it,
exactly
you won't.
Wait, does Gabe
Okay.
have a
Well,
YouTube
so
channel?
far I've only been wearing a denim cooking apron and nothing else. So I don't know if you guys are ready for that TikTok, but I mean, if
No
that's
bank.
if that's where we're going, then okay. I'll ready. I mean, it's Shokugeki time.
It's not banned over there yet.
so, but yeah, like I know that it's really hard for other people to talk up, especially when people like myself are so loud. So if
I
you
mean,
know,
we're seeing
answer the
people
question.
talking, and there seems to be pretty good interest. And something else I want to mention too is like this proposal does not belong to just me. Like if anybody wants to take this concept and expand on it and share it, please feel free. I am not the proprietor and owner of the arcology concept. Like, no. So if you want to take what I have created and you want to take this basis of research and you want to expand on it and build something from it, please, please, please feel free. Like I'm going to continue to work on it from my own space, from my own kind of interests and my own ideology. But like if others want to work on it on their own or want to work on it in their own spaces, I would definitely highly encourage this. Like the democratization of concepts, technologies, and ideas, like these are super important. I very strongly believe in that.
Well, and I think another thing too, we don't want to be like, how do you project? I think sometimes like brainstorming, like a bunch of similar or connected projects, be like, hey, who here is interested in like aquaponics? Then they develop that system. Who here is interested in the garden? Instead of just being like, how do you feel about this? Will you help? Give me chitosan now. Like, I feel like throw a random person trying to learn by osmosis just kind of sitting there.
And I know this can probably be like a really overwhelming subject as well because it talks about so much and focuses so much on kind of micro scale holistic approaches to things. So it may be difficult to kind of like figure out, well, okay, so how can I participate? And like I'm seeing that kind of conversation too in the Journal Club chat now, where people are like, I'd love to help, but I just don't know how. So like for right now, I'm trying to figure out how best to approach that. Like I think that the thing that would help most is refining the idea and trying to find the best way to approach arcology. Because right now, the way I'm structuring it is through the mixture of core arcology as the larger arcology that acts as the heart of the arco complex, and then the X-type arcologies that surround and incorporate around it as like neighborhoods or as independent villages themselves. And I want to be able to try and figure out, is this the right approach? Is this not the right approach? What's the most efficient way to organize communities and to organize social spaces? Like those are the areas that I think I'm struggling with the most because again, I have hit the limit of what I know and what I can do.
Do we know like any, what's the word, like urban planning or forget like traffic engineering, like, you know, like where you'd be like, hey, are you interested in talking a bunch of obscure city design with me? And they'd be like, yes. Like, I don't know if we have anyone like that on our server. I'm trying to think if I know anyone. But yeah, you know, like city skylines kind of stuff. Just be like, hey.
I can call in my dad. He was a civil engineer. No, I have background in everything. My dad did civil engineering for a really long time. I've picked up a fair amount of it, which is why I'm so crispy about some of these concepts, because I'm just like, yeah, this doesn't work with civil engineering. But yeah, we could have a guest speaker. You want to talk with someone who has 20 years background in civil engineering and also helped build part of the space station?
Ooh.
I can
Yeah.
bring that.
That sounds
I can
awesome.
bring that person in. Yeah, I
I
can
would
bring
greatly
that
enjoy
person
that
in.
conversation. Yeah.
That's my dad. Let me just let you know. He's like me, but without my sense of humor. So
I am not opposed at
yeah,
all to having difficult conversations with people.
laugh it
It's
up
literally my
now.
job.
Yeah.
So like,
But yes, I could do that if you want.
Yeah, please.
Oh, why
I
not?
would really love the opportunity to speak with somebody who has more knowledge and experience on this, because again, I don't know what I'm doing. So if somebody who's got the experience and the technical background and has the hands-on knowledge can take a look at this and go,
Mhm.
well, this will work, this won't, then I know where I
Yeah.
stand. And that's a
Yep.
really, really important part of this, because like I need to know if this will work at all. And like if the design concept itself is holistic enough. Because if it's not, then I have
Yeah.
to go back to the drawing board. Or like anybody who's
Yep.
participating with me on this would have to go back to the drawing board and figure out, okay, so if that doesn't work, where can we approach this from here? I like one of the things I really, really want to avoid is this idea of it being like a prestige project, like like the Shinzo pyramid arcology and all that other crap. I desperately want to avoid that side of the spectrum, because like I want this to be something that's tangible, that's real, that's achievable.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a look at some of the comments that people have made.
And I actually have to run to the store, so I'm going to tap out and leave you guys to it.
Okay. Thank you for
Thanks
coming.
for letting me. Yeah, thanks for letting me rant.
Hi.
Yeah, no problem. I enjoyed it. Nika, yeah, I definitely recognize that like the current system is definitely not in favor of things like this. It would probably be aggressively against it, but at the same time, I mean, if I was to look at this from like a capitalist perspective, they would probably see the arcology as an opportunity to create kind of like their own gated cities and their own gated communities. So they may not be
Mhm.
opposed to us necessarily, but I don't really.
Or like what the like capitalizing on protest and stuff like that, where it's
Right,
kind of like
yeah, they're
somehow
literally
loops back
capitalizing on
weirdly.
everything. Yeah.
It's like
It's their nature though, right? Like they see profit in everything. So they may see
get your
profit in this.
anti-capitalist T-shirts,
Right,
anti-capitalist
right.
T-shirts here. It's
Get your
like-
anarchist t-shirts, come by, $10 each, like shit like that. So like I don't really know how they will react to arcology itself. I do know that they would react extremely hostilely, with extreme hostility. There we go. I can talk towards like a solar punk approach towards it, which is my own personal preference. Like I know there's a lot of pushback about solar punk in general, like the aesthetic of it, but I'm not really focused on the aesthetics of solar punk so much as I am on the actual ideology of solar punk. To me, aesthetic is born out of ideology and not the other way around. So like that aesthetic of it will be shaped by the actual people who live in it, who participate in it, who help create what it is. And let's see, maybe outreach to. I just don't know who to outreach to. Like that's a really good point, Crow. Because like I've talked now in 3 different discords and 3 different groups. I would love to be able to talk to the people from Nexus Aurora if I can. I'm kind of putting out feelers there a little bit, but they've
yeah,
not
I
really done
was
anything.
I was in that for like a little bit at the beginning. I haven't checked on it in a while. It's weird how like professional that got. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this is it.
Oh, it's extremely professional. Like
And then
I
they're like,
actually
yeah,
got
now we have 50 engineers. If you don't speak in a memo format, you are like impure scum. And I'm like,
yeah.
well, I guess I'll dip out of here then.
I had a great opportunity to talk to one of their engineers who worked on their
Mhm.
arcology on well, not arcology. It's like it takes concepts from arcology actually
Yeah,
to
basically,
create
it's.
their Mars base, and like he really liked the proposal that I had, but like I didn't have a chance to really go in depth with it. And I would really love an opportunity to talk with them more, but like I don't know who else to outreach to. Like I've tried kind of exploring like Solarpunk Discord, but like I can't get into it, so it's like okay.
I know. Definitely open source psychology. I don't know.
If you've
Random.
got any kind of links, please
No.
DM me. Like that would be really, really
Like
helpful.
yeah, I'll link spam and might even like DM you and stuff. But like one of the kind of the main guys, Martian, he'd probably get a kick out of talking to you. But yeah, I'll do link spam after this. All that.
Sure. Like I would love to talk to anybody who wants to talk to me. This is
It's a
something I'm
very
very, very passionate
similar
about.
kind of concept. So if we kind of take your kind of big scale plotting and its kind of small modules and chuck them in a blender, probably get something that works.
Probably. And that's again why I've been doing so much
Yeah.
talking to people, because like I know I'm good with macro stuff. I'm not so great with the
Mhm.
micro scale. But like if I can find people who are,
Yep.
could we build? Crow, if you want to make an arcology video, please feel free. If you want to use any of the resources that I have, again, please feel free. My proposal document does not have all of the stuff, unfortunately. I gotta at some point get all of that in there. It's like 300 plus links. But yes, please feel free to go ahead and share it with anybody who would like to. Let's see. So one thing I've learned is any large project only makes positive movement if it's broken into many smaller pieces. We didn't just shoot someone into space. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I think that's something that Eric also mentioned too. Is like they've got everything kind of branched out modular into modular systems, and that's something that Gabriel was saying too. And that's something that I like. I definitely recognize the need for it. I just struggle with it myself, but I think that's because I'm approaching everything from such a macro perspective right now. Because it's really still in the concept and design phase. It's not really in the okay, we've got everything hammered out. Let's go build it now phase.
No, I feel that though. Leadership time tomorrow. We're doing this. Like,
Right. Yeah. I mean,
if that could happen,
logically
this
we
could
could do
happen.
it tomorrow, but like concept wise, not so much.
Yeah.
We're ways away still.
It's just the herding cats, really.
Can people still hear me? Because I'm seeing people saying
Yeah.
they can't hear me.
Eric
Yeah?
is
Okay.
cutting out occasionally, but you're fine.
Okay. Let's see. Nika, have you thought about finding a way to modify existing communities into arcology? So it doesn't have to be 100%, but I imagine that would be cheaper. It would be easier to convince people to make small scale changes. So this is a mixed perspective for me because like I know that's probably a viable option, but I also know that the construction material and techniques, at least in America here, that have been utilized to make these houses and stuff are just it's so inefficient in comparison to what you can get out of a dedicated arcology. Like the arcology would be able to like provide for all of those energy needs. It would be able to provide for all the food needs. It'd be able to passively generate heating and cooling to suit the environmental needs. Like it can do all of these things by design.
What do you
Whereas
mean, like cement? Like with like lime kilns and all that? Or what do you mean by
no,
energy materials?
so like the material it's gonna you weren't here for that, right? It's gonna be
Yeah, I dived in late.
well, ideally, I should say, it would ideally utilize a PLA basalt composite material that was originally created by the AI Space Factory team for the NASA 3D Printing Housing Challenge. This is a material designed to withstand the temperatures, fluctuations, and pressures on Mars. So
Damn.
this is space grade material, and it's cheap. It's environmentally friendly, and you can also reuse it. So, like if the building hits the end of its life cycle, you could reuse all that raw material. Like it's not like concrete, we just dump it, right? Like you can
And
actually use
PLA
all that
is
stuff.
anaerobically digestible, I think.
Yes,
I don't think you can compost it, but you could definitely anaerobic.
There's also different kinds of PLA as well. So like I
Yeah.
know that the kind that they utilized was specific to the conditions on Mars because the astronauts had to be able to grow the feedstock on Mars using materials that they had available to be able to build more of the 3D printing composite. So
Yeah, like all the regolith and stuff. Yeah.
right. All of this material had to be locally sourced, and that locally sourced mentality is something that I wanted to focus on with the arcology too. So like all of that is part of the holistic design, and I would definitely encourage you, Eric, to go ahead and take a look at the document. I linked to the document.
Read the manual. Yeah.
Yeah, because it talks in great detail about everything that I went over.
Mhm.
And I'm sure that the people who have been doing audio recording of this will be posting their audio recordings of this now 3.5 hour conversation. So
Say
that's
something.
an option. Let's see, Crow. I will definitely use the resources. It sounds like a good project. Outreach to the public would be good for drumming up interest, and as the server shows, it has a funny way of connecting people who you need to talk to. What were the other servers you mentioned talking to? Some of the other servers. I'm actually a member of the Futurist Foundation, and I was talking in the design team a couple of times about the arcology. Another one that I have talked in, well, not talked in voice, but like chatted in, was Titan Core Co-op Technologies. And then I also presented the documentation in the Solarpunk Content Creators, but that's a much smaller Discord.
Can I
Solar.
say something?
Yes, of course, please.
To Nika, about reusing
the PLA.
Not PLA, the already existing
Concrete?
cities and things like that to make I can say it. The things we
Arcology?
are talking about
Right.
like for 3 hours now. In America, there are the cities that are that were based to be kind of like that, so that they were big circles, or sort of to say, because there were green lines and living areas and very few roads for cars, but the whole thing no, gone sideways, and actually Justin and Gabriel talked about this in a stream that what was meant to be like uh, couple hundred meters of green area was the 2 to 3 meters, just a little circle, and I think that it might be easier to use those places as to reuse them and don't make new ones, just reuse what was already made. Sorry, I was in school for 10 hours and I'm really tired and it's night.
Nah, you're fine. I forget. I was doing an edit of that video, but yeah, no, like what was it? It was like solar punk and forget what the year was, but yeah. I know universities. Some of the newer ones that are actually planned out, like some of the older ones, they just kind of throw buildings over time because you didn't have nuclear science buildings forever ago. But some of the more recent ones, like I know at least around here, University of Central Florida or UCF and University of North Florida, where I went, both of those were pretty much that design, kind of like very well planned out, not much need for cars, kind of like the rings and sectors of stuff, so it's all organized, lots of green space. So yeah, all sorts of definitely interesting existing stuff to recycle. Yeah.
Like the thing that I think about that makes it difficult to reutilize those communities is like the older ones especially are full of lead and just all kinds of toxic materials, and trying to convert them into a proper arcology for a long-term lived experience would be very challenging. That doesn't cause health problems. Like the material, the PLA material is non-toxic, it's easy to use. Like earth ships. So Nika, you were thinking about more like converting these communities using the Earthship concept.
Already send a video in the chat about newer Earthships designs. They are really cool. It's
Yeah,
a
that
little
looks.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you reckon you could make a spaceship out of chitosan?
Well, I would actually say you can make a spaceship out of knacker, but sure.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sure step 3 is just going to be all of you turning into monsters and just being like, what if I cover myself in chitosan?
Yeah, I live right next to our university. Here is a picture about it. It's I guess it's a self-sustaining university. It's really cool.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I've seen something similar to that. Hold on. I've slowly been collecting kind of arcology themed images over the last couple of months, and I think I saw a oh yeah, here it is. It kind of reminds me of this a little bit. With like the amphitheater and like it's interesting.
Yeah. The big problem is with this university is that it's built in Hungary, so it's probably going to malfunction in a couple of years. And what I mean by that is that there is like no maintenance in anything, so It's
Yeah.
horrible. Mm. Yeah. So
right
basically,
to repair and all that. Where if it doesn't need fixed, there's no selling fixing. If it doesn't need, hard to keep a company alive to do it. Like I know, like yeah, that was the one of the things to kind of push in on. Like, oh, you're annoyed you can't fix thing in your annoyed everything's just a black box. You can kind of dive in on that, but at the same time, it can become difficult because yeah, like, if you sell a product once and it lasts a lifetime, and there's never any additional things going into it. But yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily a problem, but like
Well, no,
again,
yeah, not a problem from practical or my personal standpoint, but from like some business trying to make
oh, from a
money.
capital
Like,
perspective, right?
yeah, it can get very odd.
Yeah. But capital in of itself would be a whole discussion. I'm gonna throw that over there in the side bin of. Um, let's see. Were there any other questions about the arcology discussion so far? I know we have been talking for a long time, so I understand if people have to go. But I would love to answer any other kinds of questions that people may have. Any other kind of comments, concerns, anything else that's kind of popped up in your mind while you guys have
I
been
have a
listening?
question
Sure.
about putting archaeologies in the water, that ocean and things like that. Because if there is water to plastic content, there is a big risk about microplastics being created.
Actually, that ties in with another thing that I have been exploring as well. So, to address your question first directly, so with the aquatic-based arcologies, like my thinking of how those would come about is that you would only really work on those after you had constructed a land-based arcology to act as like an anchor point, a connecting point. Like these are specifically meant to be coastal, at least the ones that I'm envisioning. I don't think it's impossible to develop like an actual open ocean arcology. I just think it's not necessarily wise at this junction. So like for the coastal based arcology, like the entire structure would not be made out of like the same basalt PLA composite. Like I don't really know what would be the idea.
There are no oceans in Mars, so that's no problem on that side.
Yeah, that was the weird thing about that project. Concerned about environmental issues. No, nothing. It was like, yeah, we can just kind of like nuke everything. Like applications, you're like, oh, we must be very careful so as not to emit the microplastic. Yeah.
Was that what they were saying?
Well, no. Of course not. It was just very odd for me to think about. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like you could like strip mine the surface and no one would care, or like you could like granted losing resources is bad because once they go into the vacuum of space or low pressure almost vacuum of Mars, like you basically lost them. But it was just very odd how you could sprawl as much as you want and do things that on Earth would be considered like terrible, but on Mars it was fine. But anywho, I'm like like going off.
but I do understand the fear of contributing further plastics and pollution to the oceans. Like that's definitely one of my largest concerns. I think you may be able to utilize the PLA basalt composite as the same building material for an oceanic arcology, but I don't know for sure. That's something I would have to actually look into, or somebody who has the interest could look into that as well. Um, as for the microplastics and nanoplastics now that are in everything, there was actually some really interesting research done at MIT to use viruses to build the cathodes for lithium something batteries. It wasn't lithium ion, it was lithium something. But the viruses were actually themselves interesting because they were small enough to be able to work on a micro scale to assemble the cathode. And I was thinking, since these are synthetic viruses with synthetic DNA, you could potentially create viruses that you could strain water through to gather up all those macroplastics and break them down into their base component materials. Like there's other kinds of ways to address the microplastic issue as well.
So you mean like bacteria? Because viruses don't really do that.
Well, no, this was specifically viruses. I remember it was with viruses. Let me see if I can find the.
But either way, just kind of a scrubbing approach. almost like pollution scrubbing of like flue gases and stuff.
Let me see if I
Sorry for the noises. My city is really bad.
Oh no, it's really fine. I can't hear anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was definitely viruses. But like, if you can use bacteria to do the same thing, definitely use bacteria. Really, any kind of organism or system that could be used to strain microplastics and nanoplastics out of the water and out of the environment will be of benefit to us. I was just thinking that if we could use a microorganism, then we could distribute that across the planet potentially. And because of the synthetic DNA, if you just remove the capacity for it to reproduce and create control techniques like that, it shouldn't have any kind of adverse effects, hopefully. But like that's one of those things that I don't know about and don't know anything about, so I'm just kind of throwing out there. Maybe that's a cool idea that someone can run off with. I don't really know. Um, but like, there's other kinds of straining systems that you can use too. Like a little bit ago, I talked about the idea of using like the floating artificial coral reefs and kelp forests. You can conjoin those with an aquatic arcology, and you could just do all kinds of things like that to help reoxygenate the oceans, strain out the pollution and garbage and plastics and stuff. This concept of eco regeneration has to extend not just to the land area that we occupy, but also to the oceans themselves, because without either of those, we won't be able to survive. And I think that the arcology itself acts as such a strong mechanism to empower that like it only increases my desire to see it come into fruition, because I think it could really work, and I think it could really have a tremendous local impact for different places around the world. And if there's enough of them, it could have a huge macro scale impact. Do you think that it answered your question, B3?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry I couldn't give you like a more direct answer because I just don't know enough about like how the material would interact on ocean environments.
No
I just
problem. And something about viruses. There is a really weird virus I heard about. It's infecting isopods, so the little crawly thingies that can roll up. And what's interesting is they sort themselves into shapes. I think they are made up of little triangles, and they stick together, and they basically um, how to say this, paralyze the isopod because it just hardens, and it's really weird.
So it's self-forming into nano shapes?
I
Yeah, yeah,
posted the
yeah, yeah.
Wikipedia
I could
invoice
hear.
video chat.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I know there's a lot of potential with viral engineering.
Yeah, I say this because I guess it could use in use viruses as um,
To
filters.
assemble all this stuff, yeah, like the
Yeah,
same.
because you can engineer them to, or you can engineer them to live. So say that together with other viruses or I don't know, bacteria, because they could just stick to the bacteria and um, um, filter out things or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's definitely a lot of potential with viral engineering. Like, I know with people like Neri Oxman, who's also at MIT, she tends to work with like bacteria, like cyanobacteria and algae, with her research. But I could definitely see the viruses being re-engineered to act as like an organic nanomachine almost, which is really kind of fascinating when you think about it. Because like if you could take those self-assembling viruses like that, and if you could turn them into something that could maybe, I don't know, coat the surface of a, a solar cell with more efficient something or other. Like there's a lot of interesting potential with that. And viruses are incredibly easy to make. You just get like a bacteria to act as a host, and there you go, yeast. Hmm. That's one of the things that I think is really interesting about like solar punk and stuff is that like it tends to focus so much on these types of organic solutions and biotechnologies. It's got a lot of potential.
Anyone else have any questions, or what's the deal?
Anybody?
Are we finally done?
Yeah.
This is the most involved journal club we have ever had.
Really? Well, I take it as a point of pride then that people have been so engrossed with this concept.
Most people to any single journal club, longest journal club, most questions, everything, broken every record.
Score!
You get brownie points. Okay.
That actually makes me extremely happy. My biggest fear was that I was going to like present to nobody today, and I was going to sit here at an empty table going, "Well, all right."
Alrighty,
I will
so
happily take breaking all the records.
alrighty, let's end it there then, I guess.
Yep, seems like a good place to me.
I have something to say.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
About the what can I do, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I am from a good economy, right? Actually, and I am only graduating at chemistry, which is, I mean, it's engineering. They can do. So that's my question. Like, how can people support it besides, I don't know, talking about it?
So, I think like I would ask that you think about the arcology concept, kind of read over the document, and then think to yourself, okay, so what kind of area of expertise do I have, and what can I contribute towards this? Because like for chemistry, I don't really know anything about chemistry, sorry. But like you probably as an expert at being you probably know what your skills are and how to like incorporate them. So like if you come up with an idea and you're like, hey, what about this or what about that, then that's probably the best way to help right now.
I
Because
could maybe think of two off the top of my head. You said chemical engineering, right?
No, I am a graduating chemist, and I think this project is much more about an engineering perspective, at
Oh yeah,
least as is like.
I guess chemistry could definitely help with raw materials and stuff. Definitely, like two things I could think of off the top of my head would be all the different composite materials like PLA and going about synthesizing those, and also, granted, I'm the nerd on this. I don't know if anyone else is, but all the biological based petrochemistry for things, even things you wouldn't really know about, like gear lubricant and seals and things like that. All those things are very essential. But yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of like throwing away this one project on making a small reactor for making PLA. But yeah, granted, other stuff will show up too as we go along, obviously.
that's actually a good point because like you could potentially explore like I'm not sure what area of focus you have in your chemistry degree. What did you focus on with chemistry? Was like a specific kind of
I don't have a degree. That's what I'm saying. I
Oh.
am still to get it, right?
Mhm.
So I don't really have a focus, but I mean, I do some projects with analytics, with analysis, right?
Right.
So it's not something big really, but I mean, and the things that I do is mostly I don't like to say done because I mean there's room for improvement to get cheaper, but I mean it's already very cheap. This stuff that I use as very basic stuff. But I mean the project is big, right? While one could I don't know make a I don't know a bioreactor at home, it wouldn't be able to build something. At least me alone wouldn't be able to do something like that. And when I talk about bioreactor, I think we got more close to biology than chemistry.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
I know there's organic chemistry, but yeah, organic chemistry is hard and expensive to really make big stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, if we
So
tie into what Gabriel was
that's
saying, like about the idea of macro scale contributions, like you don't have to be like super knowledgeable or like an expert to contribute. Like I myself have no professional experience with any of this. I have no professional knowledge or education in any of this. I just saw interesting things and brought things together and thought it was cool and presented it. So like for you, like what calls to you most about the arcology? What's the thing that interests you the most about the arcology? Like I would say kind of think about that and then explore that and then think to yourself, okay, well this is the part that I like most or this is the part that I think is most interesting. What can I do then to work on that idea? Or what can I do to make it more effective or something like that? Like there's lots of different ways to kind of involve yourself.
Become an expert in the area. Don't after you've found what you want to be doing.
Mhm. Like that's kind of what I've been doing. Like I would never ever call myself an expert in anything like this, but like this has kind of become my passion project. This is keeping me sane in these very interesting times of ours. So like for me, I want to try and get as much information and knowledge and people as I possibly can together to make this as effective as I can. And so that's what I'm doing to contribute. But like if somebody comes along and they have better expertise or better, experience with this, I'll just be like, oh, well, great. Here you go. Here's all this. But like for you, Gabriel, like I think like just kind of think about it, reflect on it, and kind of go, okay, so this is what I think is interesting, and these are my skills. How do these go together? Do you feel like that answers your question?
Yeah, no, because that's the thing. I I have to get into words, right? So, uh, yeah, I can think of things that could be done, but not really in the not even a micro project, right? So while I have some expertise in some things, uh, really I can't test much, because yeah, but I mean I could try to to get that test more, but I really have a problem to get into toward this. Like, so let's say that I don't know chemistry. Let's talk about plumbing. Let's talk about cleaning stuff, substrate for planes or something like that. More of that.
Yeah,
So,
those are all
uh,
definitely viable.
yeah, I mean, I have thought about it, to make an aquarium that's mostly automated on stuff that gets checked, I don't know, weekly basis, up or don't know, environment. But I don't have an aquarium. Searching for the chemicals is not cheap, so I can do that for testing and taking risks on the fish itself, right? So hydroponics, way to set it.
And I mean, all these things don't have
Something.
to be decided now, too. I mean, like projects can be with over weeks, not just a meeting.
And I'm
It,
figuring this is going to be a long-term process of assembling people and kind of
yeah,
getting ideas together. Like I think probably about 3 to 4 years before we're even remotely close to ever like finalizing anything. And that's just kind of an off-the-cuff estimate. I don't really know what this will look like. As far as like, well, like I said before, like I think just kind of like give it a thought and kind of think like how you want to participate. Because I would definitely encourage your
okay.
participation. I would love to have your perspective. Like for me, the most awesome thing I can ever get from somebody is their perspective on something. Because like when you share your perspective, that then informs me. Okay, so this is how this person would navigate this space, and then it lets me kind of think to myself, okay, so how can I make this space more efficient for them to navigate or more fun to navigate? And that's just my own kind of thinking process. It's probably from the whole teaching thing, but like I just want to encourage that participation. Even if you don't feel like there's anything you can directly contribute right now, that's okay. I still think it's important to just kind of be there and be like, hey, so what's this do? Or like ask questions or, poke holes in things that don't make sense to you. Like that's incredibly valuable.
Okay, nice. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm planning to go ahead and make a little kind of blurb in the Arcology channel, just kind of outlining like what next steps are for Arcology itself and like what I think would be most helpful and how people can participate, so that people who left early or who didn't get an answer can be like, oh, okay, so that's what we're doing, or that's what the next process is. Is there any other questions from anybody else in the channel before we wrap it up?
Things to say just fast, so that we can finally go. Um, there is a discussion about sorry, ethylene hormone.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Ethylene hormone. It's in the noodle discussion.
Activating.
Ethylene.
Yeah, so just check the ethylene channel out.
Oh, ethylene. Ethylene hormone. What about it?
The basically the thing why it was created is because we were interested in what the effects are of decomposing plastic on plants.
Proximity of polyethylene to plants, and if it acts as a signaling hormone the same way ethylene does.
Oh.
Oh, so are you just talking about that as a way for people to participate?
Just so that it's I think it's really important to do a little bit of research on that, because if we are going to use plastic composites in everywhere, like almost everywhere, I think it's really important to know something like that, the effects of it when on different living things.
Yeah, for sure. Longitudinal studies will have to be done. I
Okay.
don't really
Okay.
know.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
alrighty, is that about it?
yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think we can all go now.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you so much, everybody, for coming and
Yeah.
participating and for
Oh,
asking
it
so
was
many great
interesting.
questions. Like I said, I'll go ahead and I'll do a little blurb on further participation in the Arcology channel. And if you have any further questions or comments or anything else, please, please, please feel free to @ me or DM me. I'm pretty much always available at this point.